Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel Taboda. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges.
What's up? Hi, replay crew, because nobody's here. So this is probably going to be over this week, hopefully, because I'm getting tired of looking at this monster's face. Today, there are 2 witnesses because this is a really long testimony from Dr. Robert, can't see his whole name, Dr. Robert Sadoff. So his testimony is going to be about 2.5, 3 hours long. And then the testimony that I'm really looking forward to is Danny Rolling's ex-wife, because to be 100% completely honest, as much as I knew about this case, I never knew the man had been married or had a child. So I am really interested in what his ex-wife has to say. Not only that, I'm extremely surprised that his ex-wife is testifying for him and not the prosecution. So with that, let's go ahead and get started.
Sadoff.
And your trade or occupation, sir?
I'm a physician specializing in psychiatry.
Where's your office located?
In Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, which is just outside of Philadelphia.
And how long have you been employed as a psychiatrist?
I started my psychiatric training in 1960, so it's 34 years.
Could you please give us your educational background, sir?
Yes, I went to the University of Minnesota for my undergraduate degrees. I have a BA and a BS, and also to the medical school at Minnesota, graduating in 1959. I then took a general rotating internship at the Veterans Administration Hospital in Los Angeles, California, from 1959 to 1960. From 1960 until 1963, I served as a resident in psychiatry at the University of California at Los Angeles at the Neuropsychiatric Institute and received a Master of Science in Psychiatry from UCLA in 1963. I followed that with 2 years in the United States Army at Fort Dix, New Jersey, where I was a captain. I was in charge of stockade and courts-martial psychiatry, and in the evenings, I traveled to Philadelphia, which was about 30 miles away, to attend the law school at Temple University in the evening for those 2 years. When I was discharged from the Army in 1965, I took a special year of training in what is called legal or forensic psychiatry at Temple University, where I continued my studies at the law school. Following that, I served as a teacher in psychiatry and in law at the medical school and the law school at Temple University until 1972, when I transferred to the University of Pennsylvania, where I'm currently clinical professor of psychiatry, and I also run the forensic psychiatry clinic. For 13 years, from 1972 until 1985, I also went to the Villanova University Law School, where I taught law and psychiatry to the law students.
You may mention the fact that not only did you teach in law schools, but also that you attended law schools. How many hours of law school have you had, sir?
I have 33 credits in law.
And you stated that you were in the military. What type of work did you do in the military as a psychiatrist?
I was a general psychiatrist, but I also accepted the stockade examinations, people in the prison there, and also agreed to do all of the testifying at the courts martial, primarily because the other psychiatrists didn't want to do that, and I was interested.
Are you board certified in any areas of medicine?
Board certified in 3 different areas.
I think maybe we need an explanation of what it means to be board certified, sir.
Board certified means that one has completed a period of study in one's field and then has had some time to practice that. In psychiatry, I had to go 2 years. In forensic psychiatry, it was 5 years. And then one takes an examination, which consists in most cases of 2 parts. First, a written, which then one has to pass, and then gets into the oral or the practical exam. And having passed both of those, then one can say that one is board certified.
After getting your board certification, sir, have you ever done any work for these boards?
Well, the 3 boards are the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, and that's where I have my certification in psychiatry. That was in 1966. The second board was the American Board of Forensic Psychiatry, which I did help to found in 1978 when I was board certified, and I served as president of the American Board of Forensic Psychiatry 1982 to 1983. And then I was also on the revitalized board of the American Board of Law in Medicine and have my board certification in that as well.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any states in the United States?
I'm licensed to practice in 5 states that are still active: Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, California, and Minnesota.
You made mention of academic appointments. Are you still currently employed with the University of Pennsylvania?
1 day a week, I run what is called a forensic psychiatry clinic, where I teach young psychiatrists and residents in psychiatry from the Philadelphia area, as far as New York and northern New Jersey, and sometimes down into Delaware, who come to learn how to do forensic or legal psychiatry. We spend the day doing that.
Do you hold any editorial appointments? I think you may have to explain the term editorial.
I do, and I have to look at that because it changes. Editorial appointments on various journals may comprise several different responsibilities. Some of them you have to look at articles that are submitted by colleagues to see if they are proper, if they are appropriate for that journal, and if they advance the knowledge and the science of our field. So I do that. Others, I'm just on the masthead because the editor knows me and the work that I've done and wants me to be on, and sometimes I'll consult. The journals that I'm currently on are the Journal of Law and Psychiatry, the International Journal of Medicine and Law, the Journal of Forensic Psychiatry, which is an English journal, and I have been on a number of other journals, which I'm now off the board of.
Do you belong to any professional affiliations in the area of psychiatry, sir?
Yes, I have a number of them.
Okay, can you just give us a random selection of what you
Well, the American Medical Association and the state and local branches. I'm a fellow of the American Psychiatric Association, a fellow of the Pennsylvania Psychiatric Society. I'm a fellow of the American College of Psychiatrists. I'm a member of the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, and I served as president of that group in 1971 to 1973. And I'm also a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and a fellow of the American College of Legal Medicine.
What benefit do you as a psychiatrist derive from belonging to these professional affiliations?
You have collegiality with your colleagues and friends, and you go to meetings where you learn new ideas in the field. Sometimes I'm invited to give papers or run panels or programs. I should mention one other is the International Academy of Law and Mental Health, and I'm on the board of directors there, and I'll be giving several papers up in Montreal in June. That's the reason for it, for advancing the knowledge in our field.
Hold any current hospital appointments?
Yes, I do.
Can you just please briefly explain the hospital appointments you currently have, sir?
Yes, the ones I have are the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, the Institute of the Pennsylvania Hospital, Einstein Hospital, and the Belmont Center.
Have you ever received any awards in the area of psychiatry, sir?
I've received a number. Let me just focus on one or two or three. Most recently, Dr. Robert Simon from Washington, D.C., and I received the Manfred Guttmacher Award for our book on psychiatric malpractice last year, which was the award as the outstanding publication in the field of law and psychiatry. Prior to that, I was named the Winkleman Award recipient, which is an award, a national award given by one of the institutions in Pennsylvania for what they call outstanding contributions to the field of psychiatry. And prior to that, in 1979, I was awarded the Earl Bond Award by the University of Pennsylvania as the outstanding teacher for that year in the Department of Psychiatry.
Are you a consultant to any agencies or medical groups?
I am a consultant to a number of agencies and hospitals, and have been. It's on a rotating field, however. Some of them that I used to consult with, I'm no longer consulting. At present, I'm consulting with the Department of Corrections for the state of Pennsylvania with respect to the provision of mental health services to the inmates in our prisons. I'm a consultant to the Harrisburg State Hospital, where I go 4 times a year. Harrisburg is our state capital, and we have a hospital there where I lecture and I consult with the staff about issues relating to law and psychiatry. Prior to that, I did so at several other hospitals, including Norristown State Hospital, where I went weekly for 10 years to evaluate individuals with respect to competency to stand trial and for criminal responsibility. And for 4 years, I did the same thing at the New Jersey Psychiatric Hospital in Trenton, which is their maximum security hospital, again, for the evaluation of competency and for criminal responsibility.
Have you ever written any journal articles on psychiatry or medicine or psychiatry in the law?
I've written a number of them, about 90 at this point, 85 to 90. They're not all listed here, but have a number of them.
You could just give 4 or 5 of which you see the most significant.
Well, I have one on psychiatric view of the sexual psychopath statutes. I have one on sexually deviated offenders, mental illness in the criminal process, role of the psychiatrist, myths regarding the sex criminal, criminal behavior masking mental illness, the anonymous sex offender, treatment of the violent sex offender, the insanity defense, why it should be retained, and the psychiatrist and criminal law. I guess that's probably a good sampling.
Have you written any books or texts on the area of psychiatry or psychiatry in the law?
Yes, I have 6 books that I have written or edited or co-authored.
Can you give me the title of what you consider to be the most significant of these books, the most significant ones?
Well, the first book that I wrote has served as a textbook in various courses of psychiatry and law and was required reading for the American Board of Forensic Psychiatry, called Forensic Psychiatry, A Practical Guide for Lawyers and Psychiatrists. That was first published in 1975.
That glitch thing is the feed. It's not me. It startles me every time it happens. I wish I could fix it. I'm sorry.
And the second edition came out in 1988. I have a book called Violence and Responsibility. legal issues in the care of psychiatric patients. And then, of course, my most recent book with Dr. Simon on psychiatric malpractice.
Have you ever prepared any lectures for any affiliations or agencies?
Lectured for a number of agencies. In fact, I've probably lectured in most of the states in the United States, 12 countries of the world, and a number of different medical societies, psychiatric societies, universities. And I prepared tape recordings for various institutions, including the American College of Psychiatrists, the American Psychiatric Association, and other agencies.
Have you ever written any chapters in any books on law and medicine?
I have about 25 chapters in other people's books, actually 26, I notice. The ones that I think are most important, I wrote 2 chapters in the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry, the 2nd edition, and I also wrote the chapter on American psychiatry and law for the English textbook on forensic psychiatry.
Dr. Sedov, have you ever been recognized as an expert in the field of psychiatry in any courts in the United States?
I have.
Can you give me the names of any of the states in which you've been recognized as an expert in the field of psychiatry?
Well, there are about 20 states in the country and maybe half a dozen federal jurisdictions. The states most commonly are Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Minnesota, Massachusetts, California, Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in psychiatry in criminal cases before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert in civil cases before?
Yes, I have.
And the number of times that you've testified as an expert, is it greater in civil cases or criminal cases?
It's about half and half.
In criminal cases, have you been called as an expert for the state, the prosecutors?
I am called frequently by the prosecutors, yes.
And have you been called as an expert by the defense?
Yes.
Have you, or do you testify more for one side than the other?
It's about half and half is the way I estimate it.
Have you ever testified in the death penalty proceeding as an expert?
I have.
Have you ever testified for the state in a death penalty case?
For the state, I've testified in the case in chief, and then my testimony was used by the prosecutor in the death penalty case. I have testified separately in the death penalty phase for the defense on a couple of occasions.
Have you in fact testified for the state in a proceeding where the defendant was actually sentenced to death?
I have, yes.
At this time, Your Honor, we attend Dr. Sladoff to the court as an expert in the field of psychiatry and ask that he be allowed to respond to other questions and render opinions.
No objection. All right, you may render opinions in the field of psychiatry. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Sladoff, have you had an opportunity to know an individual by the name of Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes, I have.
Do you see Mr. Rowling here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out, sir?
Yes, he's sitting over there next to your colleague, Barbara Fount.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that Dr. Sladoff has accurately identified the defendant, Danny Harold Rowling. Dr. Sladoff, how did you come to know Mr. Rowling?
Came to know him because I was asked by your office to evaluate a number of materials and then to come down to Gainesville to examine him at the state prison here.
You mentioned the fact that you were asked to review materials. I understand a lot of materials were sent to you. Is there some way that you can just categorize the materials you received rather than go through them each individually?
I guess I can. I read a number of depositions by a number of people. I reviewed the police investigation reports, the psychiatric and psychological and medical reports, the reports from various prisons, and I guess that's probably the major categories.
Did you review the photos in this case, sir?
I saw the photos, yeah. Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to confer with any other mental health experts about Mr. Rowling in this case?
Yes, I did.
And who would they have been, sir?
I consulted with 2 mental health experts, Dr. Harry Kropp and Dr. Betty McMahon.
What was the purpose of your consultation with them, sir?
The purpose was, before I came down, I was given to know that they had both Mr. Rowling extensively, and it's my practice usually when I'm called in out of state to speak to the individuals who are on the scene, who are local experts, to talk with them out of courtesy and also to get whatever information I can, because my role, as I see it, is to gather as much data and information as I can.
Did your conference with Dr. McMahon or Dr. Kropp?
Did the whole screen just turn blue? What was that? Yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, I saw it. I see it all the time on like Law and Order and stuff. Of course, that's not real. I think they have to do it for the record, because when they say, do you know so-and-so, I think they have to point them out for the record to prove that they know the person that they say they know, I guess. They do a lot of things that seem obvious, and I think they just have to do that for the record, because especially when there's I mean, they're not doing that in this case because he pled guilty and it's just the penalty phase. But you know how they do in like a regular trial, where they have like all the crime scene people come in and like, the first it's I collected this, and this, and then they have the DNA people come in and they're like, I swabbed this, and this, and then they have the people that tested it come in and they're like, I tested this, and that. It's like, duh, of course you did. But, well, like with the Ashley Benefield trial, remember the defense wanted the detective to testify about some DNA, and they wouldn't let him because they hadn't had the DNA analyst on the stand. It's like, why do we have to go through every little bitty step? But they do. And it's just, they have to show it for the record. And it just seems like such a waste of time, but that's the correct way to do it. Just there's no shortcuts in law. In nursing, there's a lot of shortcuts. You learn in school, do this and this and this and this and this. And then when you get out on the floor of the hospital, the nurses that have been doing it forever, they're like, no. We do it this way because it's faster. That law does not work that way.
Affect you in any way in arriving at any of your diagnoses?
Didn't really affect me. I think it's important that I spoke with them. One issue I guess I could raise right now was that I had some concern that Mr. Rowling might have a multiple personality disorder, but both Dr. Kropp and Dr. McMahon, who have had experience in working with and evaluating MPD or multiple, both indicated that he was not. I still wanted to do my own individual assessment and evaluation, and my own agreed with theirs. So it was good that at least we were in conformity at that point.
So even though you spoke with Dr. McMahon and Dr. Kropp, that did not deter you from conducting a vigorous and thorough evaluation of your own?
Well, their conclusions were based on their multiple examinations of him, but nobody had used the special techniques that I have used in the past to evaluate MPD. And I thought to be thorough and vigorous and certain as much as we could, it would be important to do all we could to determine whether or not he had that diagnosis.
How many hours did you personally spend with Mr. Rowling, sir?
The first day I spent 5.5 hours with him, and the second day I spent 3 hours with him, so 8.5 total.
Where were these interviews conducted?
I think you call it Stark. It's the it's a state prison here.
The Florida State Prison in Stark?
Florida State Prison at Stark.
Did you do any testing or mental health examinations on Mr. Rowling?
I did what's called a mental status examination, yes.
What is a mental status examination?
Mental status examination is what I do continuously throughout my examination or interview with a person. Not just talking with a person, I'm observing him. How does he respond? What is his affect or feeling tone?
See, now I wrote on my hand, And I would have teachers say, "You're going to get ink poisoning. Quit writing on your hand." I never thought about putting tape on me first and then writing on the tape. That would have worked.
Does he show behavioral traits and so on? Then you ask specific questions within the interview that gives you some indication about his intelligence, about his mood, about his affective level, about his ability to understand certain things, called his cognitive awareness of what's going on, his knowledge.
Cognitive awareness
Is it customary for psychiatrists to do any other type of testing other than the mental status exam?
The psychiatrist himself or herself doesn't do it, but sometimes I ask for a psychologist to do a battery of psychological tests or neuropsychological tests to determine whether there are issues underlying or organic issues that I may have missed on my clinical examination.
Can you explain the difference between psychiatry and psychology, sir?
Yes, a psychiatrist, as I am, is a physician first and then specializes in psychiatry, just as some physicians specialize in orthopedic surgery or other specialties. A psychologist, unless he's also or she's also a physician, is usually not. It's an academic PhD degree, which one gets from going to school, getting a bachelor's, a master's, and then a PhD, and they specialize in clinical examination, in research, and in the use of psychological testing, which psychiatrists mostly do not use and don't have the same training as psychologists use.
During the time that you were with Mr. Rowling, how would you describe his demeanor and on the first day that you saw him?
His demeanor is very interesting. He can be a very charming and interesting person, and he was cooperative, but he's also a bit intrusive. What I would call crossing the boundary of appropriateness in the doctor-patient relationship. For example, I have, I suppose you can see a little paper hanging out here. It's my airline jacket. And he started talking to me about my flight and where I was going and where I was from and so on. And then he made the comment, "You know, Doc, if we had met in other circumstances, I bet we could be good friends." Well, I wasn't here to be his friend. Had nothing to do with friendship. That's an intrusion crossing an appropriate boundary, but I think he sees it as being friendly. But it's not appropriate. And that was only symptomatic of other kinds of boundary crossings that he had. He answered my questions. He became agitated at times, especially after time went on. And there were times when I would ask him a question and he would be, you could say, lost in thought. I might say he dissociated because he didn't hear the question. And once I had to say, "Mr. Rowling," and then he startled and I'm with you. But so there were times during the interview that he showed less than a full involvement in the interview.
Any of these effects that you've just described to the jury, would you consider them to be the result of malingering on his part?
One always has to consider malingering when talking to a person in a situation that Mr. Rowling is in. But I think they were so spontaneous and so consistent with other aspects of his personality, the kind of individual he is, that I would not consider those aspects to be malingering now.
Was he cooperative in the course of the interview?
He was cooperative. He answered my questions, and he, as a matter of fact, he was willing to see me through the lunch hour as well, and we spent almost straight through. There was a brief break at lunch, but no, he was cooperative.
Did you do any medical testing on him?
You know, I'm a physician, but I haven't done a physical examination in many years, so I don't do that usually as part of my examination.
As part of your examination, did you try and evaluate Mr. Rowling to see if he had any organic brain problems?
That's always a part of the examination by the questions one asks and whether he has a consistent flow of information. And I did not find any evidence of organic brain syndrome.
Dr. Sadoff, on your first visit with him on November 18th, 1993, approximately how much time did you spend with him?
First time was 5.5 hours.
And in that 5.5-hour interview with Mr. Rowling, and I assume at this time you'd also had an opportunity to review certain materials that had been forwarded to you.
Can I just ask you to slow down a little bit? You've
Yes,
gone a
sir.
little too fast for me. I couldn't hear every word you said.
I suspect she was. You stated that you had an opportunity to spend 5.5 hours on the first day with Mr. Rowling, and I was asking whether or not you also had an opportunity to review the materials that had been forwarded to you.
Yes, sir. You sent materials to me for weeks before I came down, and I think I got some even after I saw Mr. Rowling, but I read everything you sent, yes.
From the 5.5-hour interview you had with Mr. Rowling at Florida State Prison, and from a review of the materials that had been forwarded to you, did you arrive at any diagnosis of Mr. Rowling concerning his mental health?
Yes, I did.
And could you please explain to the jury the diagnosis you arrived at?
Okay, there are really several diagnoses, but the outstanding one for me was what I call borderline personality disorder. He'd also had mixed personality, or what we now call personality disorder, not otherwise specified, which includes a number of other personality disorders or traits, including obsessive compulsive, antisocial, histrionic, and narcissistic, and I think a little paranoid. Now, traits in all part of a mixed personality disorder, but they can also all be part of the borderline personality syndrome or disorder. And that's why I call the primary diagnosis borderline, and the others are present, but they can also be part of the borderline. He also had a history, of course, of substance abuse, which one should always include.
What is a personality disorder? Maybe an explanation on that.
Personality disorder is a lifelong situation. It starts in childhood and becomes worse as one grows and develops. How does it get there? We're not sure. Let me, though, tell you that it's different from personality traits, which we all have. And the best example to help understand it is what's called obsessive compulsive. Now, I think he has some obsessive compulsive problems more than just traits. That means that one is ordered, one has a thing with cleanliness, and so on. I have to have some obsessive compulsive traits, or I couldn't have gotten through medical school. You have to order things. I don't think you could have gotten through law school without it. And yet, and that serves the purpose of our goals in life. However, if that obsessive compulsive situation becomes a disorder, then one is too busy washing one's hands an even number of times, or tying one's shoelaces so many times in order to get dressed. And I've seen people paralyzed because they just couldn't get dressed in the morning because of those obsessive compulsive symptoms. So when it becomes a disorder, it interferes with the person's ability to function effectively. And that's the difference between the trait and the disorder.
The doctor said that your primary diagnosis would be borderline personality disorder. Can you explain to the jury the borderline personality disorder and its characteristics and features?
Yes. Borderline personality disorder, the ones I've seen, and you should know that most of them are females, but there are males who have this trait or disorder, often starts in childhood with a feeling of abandonment or lack of love or lack of support by one's parents or a parent. Person develops feelings of insecurity.
Yeah. Oh, where'd it go? Oh. Yeah. Not otherwise specified. What does that even mean? It means they don't know, right? Yeah. It sounds like a cop-out to me, too. Like, not otherwise specified. It means it's not in any category. It's just extra.
Low self-esteem, and a kind of an emptiness inside that one has to fill. Mr. Rowling began to fill that early emptiness by peeping, voyeurism, so to speak. You've heard of that, I'm sure. And he'd go out away from the turmoil in his home to the place that he found where he had some satisfaction, some pleasure of looking at young women dressing, undressing, bathing, and that would give him some satisfaction. But even that became a compulsive behavior over which he had decreasing amounts of control because he had to do it for whatever reasons. And then the borderline also begins to polarize. You're either good or you're bad. With me, he wanted to know, Doc, are you an angel from Philadelphia or are you a devil? Why couldn't I be something in between? Most of us live in the gray area between these two extremes. They also pick one person against another, and in the hospital ward, we have to be.
Okay, I want to know if he literally asked him that. Is this dude like, what's the word I want? Paraphrasing? Not paraphrasing. Like, dang, the word is like on the tip of my tongue. Like, characterizing. That's it. Characterizing what he said as angel or devil. Or did he actually use the words angel or devil? Because that's a really odd thing to ask somebody. I mean, I know Danny Rolling is an odd duck, but I want to know more about that statement.
Very careful when treating a borderline so the nurses are not overvalued and the doctors devalued so that you can help me, but he can't. Whenever a patient comes to me and says, Doc, you're the only one who can help me, that's a warning signal to me. I mean, my ego loves to hear that, but it's not based on reality. I know my limitations. I know the reality. This is a con. This is what the person has used all his life to get people to love him or to accept him because of the emptiness inside. And then you get into the area of impulsive behavior, mostly self-destructive, use of drugs and alcohol, threatening or actually cutting one's wrist or taking pills, or suicidal gestures, threats, or attempts. And they're all different, but they're all present.
Let me stop there. You said suicidal gestures. What encompasses a suicidal gesture?
A gesture is a person who may cut his wrist a little bit knowing it's not going to be fatal. But one can also take a real overdose and go into a coma and be lucky that somebody finds him, or that he knew that somebody would be coming home at a particular time so he wouldn't die. Some people, though, do die in those suicide attempts. That's an attempt. A gesture is a manipulative act. I want you, doctor, to come to my aid. Show me that you love me, that you care about me. And they'll call the therapist and say, if you don't come and see me, or if you don't have an appointment for me, I'm going to kill myself. Well, that is the vulnerable area for a psychiatrist treating a patient, because we don't want our patients to kill themselves. So we then respond. After a while, we begin to realize that this is a call for help, but it's not a serious suicidal threat. And you deal with by setting limits with the borderline patient. Because if you don't, they'll cross that boundary every time inappropriately to get you to come to their attention, to their aid, because that's the way they feel your love and your care.
Thank you. Appreciate your clarifying.
Go ahead.
You were going into other areas of or characteristics of the borderline before I interrupt you.
Let me just get out my guideline. I'm well organized. There it is.
First of all, Doctor, what are you making reference to?
I'm sorry?
What are you making reference to?
Making reference to a photocopy that I made of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders third edition revised by the American Psychiatric Association in 1987, and it's on page 347 about borderline personality disorder. And you asked me other characteristics, and I wanted to make sure that I included those, at least that are listed here. The first one is a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. Now, I saw that in Mr. Rowling. Clearly, he has had a number of unstable, intense relationships with his wife, with his mother, with his father, with his brother, with his daughter, whom he hasn't seen since the age of 3, but he's overvalued her because it's his daughter. The classic example, I think, is his father. His father, whom you know about the behavior they've had, the father who has been said about by his relatives had been emotionally and physically abusive to him when he was younger. Yet Danny continues to say, I love him. His songs, his other expressions all go back to, I still love him. And then he told me something very interesting when you talk about over-idealization. He's talking about his father's military record. He said he was the most decorated veteran of the Korean War, and he, quote, made Audie Murphy look like Mr. Magoo, unquote. Well, if that isn't an over-exaggeration, and I've reviewed the records of his father's military career, and it's nowhere near what he's saying, but that's what he believes or wants me to believe when he talks to me, and yet he has this feeling about his father who has never really accepted him and loved him and has this void that father hasn't been able to fill. So that's one. Secondly is impulsiveness in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging: spending, sex, substance abuse, shoplifting, reckless driving, binge eating. Certainly we can include sex and substance abuse. So those are 2 of the 2. The third is affective or emotional instability. Marked shifts from baseline mood to depression, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting a few hours and only rarely more than a few days. The history that I read of all of his medical, mental, emotional examinations by other psychiatrists is throughout this up and down, this high and low, so that one person even diagnosed him as a manic depressive. He's not manic depressive, but he has these fluctuations of emotion that are so characteristic of the borderline personality disorder. That's 3. The fourth is inappropriate, intense anger or lack of control of anger. For example, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. Clearly, he has this problem with his anger or lack of control of it, as witnessed by his behavior over the years. 5, recurrent suicidal threats, gestures, or behavior, or self-mutilating behavior. We spoke about that already. The history is replete with his gestures, threats, and attempts for the last several years. 6, marked and persistent identity disturbance manifested by uncertainty about at least 2 of the following: self-image, sexual orientation, long-term goals or career choice, type of friends desired, preferred values. Clearly, that is a symptom of Danny Rowling because he doesn't know who he is. If you listen to his songs, if you read what he's written, at one point, he's a Robin Hood or a Jesse James. Another point, he is a church-going person who drove a Sunday school bus. At another point, he is somebody else. He fluctuates. He has this identity confusion, which is one of the hallmarks of the borderline personality disorder. So far, we have 6 strong ones. You only need 5. 7, chronic feelings of emptiness or boredom.
The other thing that I noticed when he's talking about self-mutilation and he's talking about suicide attempts, and I don't know. I don't think they knew about cutting back then. Cutting is where you cut yourself, but you're not doing it to try to kill yourself. For the longest time, I didn't understand it. I still kind of don't. I've had depression since probably my late teens, and it took a really long time to get me on the right meds. And I still have days that the meds just doesn't work. Um, so when I'm depressed, I feel sad. My cousin, because it runs in our family, when she feels depressed, she says she doesn't feel anything at all. She's just like numb. She's not happy. She's not sad. She's just not anything. And so now that she's never cut herself, but from her explanation, I understand it a little bit better, because that's what the people that cut themselves say. They don't feel anything and they just want to feel something. And so by cutting themselves, they feel pain. So they feel something. So I'm not sure. I think that's because this is, like we said, there's a DSM-3. Now they're up to the DSM-5. So you have the DSM-4 in between. So I wonder if it's changed from like self-mutilation and suicide attempts. Like suicide attempts is probably still part of it, but I wonder if it's gone from self-mutilation to like cutting, because they do it because they want to feel something. I wonder if that's changed. I don't have a copy of the DSM-4 or 5. I would be really curious. I wonder if there's an online version. I would be really curious to find out if that's changed from self-mutilation to cutting, in that sense of the word, cutting. I don't know. I think that's interesting. Because I've always thought that was weird. Like, why are you going to cut yourself? That's stupid.
I don't think there's boredom, but there is this void inside which relates to his feeling to his parents, and especially his father, who he keeps saying, and even in one of his writings, that he let his father down, that his father has never really accepted him, but he's always loved his father. And the last one, I'm not sure is so, but it might be in part, that his frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. In a way, I think there is some feeling that his father abandoned him by not giving, in his perception, his love to Danny. So this is why I call him a borderline personality disorder, because
I've always heard that that's the hallmark of borderline personality disorder. And, I've told you guys about my niece that has it. When she was little, not little, like middle school, her mom was a single mom. She had 4 kids, and her mom and we hung out all the time, and we were always going places and doing things. And the kids stayed with their grandmother. And I don't know if that was part of the reason that she developed this, because her mom was always going places. But we took the kids with us a lot of the times too, though. So, but then too, when she wasn't with me doing stuff, she was off with other friends and people doing stuff. So I don't know if that was enough to cause a personality disorder or not, but I've always heard that borderline personality disorder starts with the fear of being rejected or abandoned. And I could see that in Amber Heard's case, because every time Johnny tried to get away from her when they were fighting, she would freak out even more. And then he'd try to go to another one of his houses to get away from her, and then she'd freak out even more because she has a fear of being abandoned. And that's I mean, he didn't lead with that, but that's what I've always thought. And so I can see Danny Rolling having that with a father that treated him the way his father did. I can totally see how he would be afraid of being abandoned. But that doesn't make you kill people.
It's almost all of the criteria.
Thank you, Doctor. You stated before that the source or origin in many of the borderline cases stems from the problems developed in childhood from the homeland.
I think the origin is there, yes.
I'll have to look that up. I never heard
There are other personality disorders that would also originate, would they not, from the early childhood or childhood?
Yes,
Would one of these be antisocial?
yes.
How about the other personality disorders that you said are part and parcel of this borderline personality? Would they also arise from the childhood experience?
All of them do. They all start that way. Let's talk a little bit about them since you asked. A narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think he has that disorder, but he certainly has some narcissistic traits. What are those for? I see them in Danny as an overcompensation for feelings of worthlessness. If I am somebody, if I'm a Jesse James at one point, if I'm a country folk singer, if I am whatever, maybe I can please my father and maybe I can be somebody so I don't feel so empty. So it's part of the borderline. Then you have the histrionic. By histrionic, one means a person kind of exaggerates, is dramatic, a little bit shallow in his affect and so on. Danny has those traits. He's an actor at times, and he does manipulate. He does try to get his audience to love him and to like what he's doing. Why? I think, again, it's a compensation for the feeling of emptiness inside. So again, that is part, for me, of the borderline syndrome. The obsessive compulsive. When one is feeling disordered, in a disarray, in a chaotic state inside, one way to handle that is to try to get some order in one's life, cleanliness, orderliness, then I don't feel so disturbed, so chaotic. So again, it's not the disorder itself, it's an attempt at helping him with that borderline condition that he has.
Doctor, how does one who has a borderline personality disorder, how do they interact socially?
Very poorly. They have different kinds of reactions. Most people have difficulty with borderlines because the borderline lives in fantasy, in over idealized expectations. If you're the friend of a borderline, you better be there, you better be loyal, you better not abandon that person, and they cross boundaries in the sense of interpersonal relationships. They're very difficult to live with.
How grounded in reality is an individual with a borderline personality disorder?
How much in real?
How grounded in reality?
The borderline has a ground in reality to a certain extent, but the borderline mostly lives in distorted perceptions, fantasy, if you will, magical thinking. For example, can I give you some examples? Danny Rolling has magical thinking. I can give you 2 or 3 examples. One is the expectation when he went up to one of the homes here in Gainesville, and the door was not open. And he said, I pray or I wish or I want the door to be open. And when he tried it again, it was open. So that was a sign to him that he could go in. When he first became affiliated with the Pentecostal church or this other church that after he came out of service, and the man picked him up on the highway, took him to church to pray, and he found that this was a good church for him. Then he said, Lord, I need a wife. And he prayed for a wife, and there was Ometha. And that was the sign for him. It wasn't just coincidence. It wasn't that she was an attractive woman that one of us might say, okay, that's somebody I may want to marry. This was a gift of God. This was something given to him because this is the magic world that he lives in. The same way these spirits that he had when he was with his wife and this smoke came into the room and he believed it was an evil force. He didn't put the name Gemini on it then, but it was an evil force. He knew it was evil, and the way to get rid of that was to magically state the words, Jesus, 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 and it went away. That was a sign that he was from God, and that was an evil devil kind of thing. And that was part of his religious belief, but it's also part of the borderline. You're either from God or you're from the devil. So he has this magical thinking, mystical, if you will. But the signs are there, and he runs his life, he guides his life by the signs that he believes come to him supernaturally.
Is Mr. Rawlings' borderline personality disorder, would you classify it as mild, moderate, or severe?
I would classify him as severe.
Do these individuals have mood swings, sir?
Oh, very much so, yes. They have they can be very depressed at one time, they can be elated at another time, and sometimes misdiagnosed then as bipolar or manic depressive. But since he's not psychotic in the sense that he is in touch with reality most of the time, that he is not a bipolar. But he is a borderline. Borderlines can look like bipolars because of these mood swings.
How does his borderline personality affect his ability to hold a job?
Borderlines can hold jobs if they have someone who can work with them. And at least one borderline that I treated had a job as a secretary and had a boss who was very supportive of her. And she kept the job for several years. But she had difficulty with the others in the office. But the championing of her cause by her boss helped her keep her job. They have difficulty in interpersonal relationships so that they often have trouble keeping jobs for long periods of time.
How about their ability to control anger?
They have difficulty controlling anger because the anger is a part of the syndrome. The void, the emptiness, often leads to people don't love me, I don't love them, I've got to hurt them, or I'm angry at them. And often they have difficulty controlling this anger because they begin to believe, and again, this is the paranoid element that we see in borderlines as well. And paranoid means the projection of one's own feelings onto the other person. It isn't that I don't love him or that I hate him, it's that he hates me, and he's about to hurt me. And so they kind of rationalize through a paranoid ideation, and they have difficulty controlling their anger.
How about their impulse control?
The impulse control, as noted in the criteria, is also disturbed. They will do self-destructive things. They will use drugs and alcohol, suicidal gestures, sexual impulsivity, sometimes compulsive masturbation, that sort of thing.
What type of self-esteem does the borderline personality usually have?
It's very low in most, and that's why there's this overcompensation to try to fill the gap or the void that's inside. It's the basic feeling of emptiness. I've been abandoned. I don't have the kind of love that I should have gotten when I was younger, and the attempts are always made to compensate for that. So the self-esteem is low, and efforts are made to overcome that by being somebody or doing something good.
You also mentioned that there were other personality traits or characteristics within the borderline diagnosis. And I want to talk about one, the antisocial personality.
Yeah.
Does he meet the criteria for that, sir?
I think he meets the criteria for an antisocial personality disorder. If one looks at all the criteria of his earlier life before the age of 15 and some of the things that occurred after the age of 18, yes.
Okay, but I believe your testimony has been that you consider the primary diagnosis the borderline as opposed to the antisocial.
Because the borderline, he meets almost all the criteria. I don't think he meets all the criteria of the antisocial. And I see his antisocial behavior, again, as part of the borderline syndrome, the borderline disorder. But one could also perceive it and focus on that as the major diagnosis. And I know people have. It's just that I disagree with him.
Is it uncommon to find the two together?
No, there are many overlapping symptoms of both borderline and antisocial. It depends on what you focus on and how you interpret the criteria in our diagnostic manual. So I can tell you this, that we used to call, I hate to say it this way, but I think we used to call women borderline and men antisocial. It was a kind of a sexist thing that we got into until we realized that men can be borderline and women can be antisocial as well.
What is Danny Harold Rolling's level of intelligence? How would you classify that?
From the testing I've seen, it's about average.
Does the fact that he has an average IQ, does that in any way lessen the impact of his borderline personality disorder?
Not at all. They're not related.
Is there any correlation or relationship between intelligence and personality disorders in general?
I've never seen any, no. Except to the extreme, I suppose. If one is basically mentally retarded or intellectually retarded, now called developmentally disabled or deficient, one doesn't see as many personality problems because it's masked by the low intelligence. But I'm talking about 40 or 50 IQ.
Does an individual consciously decide to become a borderline personality?
No, it's not a conscious thing. It happens. It's a way of coping with one's environment, one's stress, and people choose. People utilize different mechanisms of defense. That's what they are. They're coping mechanisms.
Mr. Rolling does not suffer from a psychosis, does he, sir?
He is not classified as a psychosis, no.
Can a person with a personality disorder or a mixture of personality disorders, can they be just as severely disturbed as, say, someone who does have a psychotic disorder?
It depends. There are some very severe personality disorders who function less well than a compensated psychotic, that is, a psychotic who is on medication and is functioning. So they can be disabled, they can be severely disturbed. I hate to compare them because a psychotic really is a person not in touch with reality. However, one can have a psychotic diagnosis, but be treated and in remission and do fairly well.
You've already stated that you have at least one familiarity with an individual who has a borderline personality disorder yet functions as the secretary. Why do some people with borderline personality disorders of a severe nature function and others do not?
I guess it depends upon the severity of the borderline condition. It depends upon other environmental factors that a person can fit him or herself into and be comfortable in a certain niche. And if one doesn't have that, then one has more difficulty. So one can't evaluate or assess people on the basis of a unitary function. That is, he's borderline and therefore these things happen. There's so many factors in a person's life that one has to look at to account for the behavior, the coping, and the successful adaptation.
Doctor, reviewing the materials and having had an opportunity to actually confer and evaluate Mr. Rolling, do you have any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not Mr. Rolling comes from an abusive background, sir?
I do have an opinion.
What would that be?
My opinion is based on all the records I reviewed and what he has told me, that he does come from an abusive background.
What effect does coming from an abusive background have?
Well, if one gets the abuse early enough in life, it certainly affects a person's personality and development, and one sees the world differently if one is abused than if one is nurtured and loved, and if one is overly nurtured, one might see it in a distorted way also. But certainly if a child is abused and excessively punished without justification or without expectation, one begins to view the world as a very dangerous place.
Is emotional abuse or physical abuse, which one of them would probably have the greatest effect on an individual?
Depending on the severity, but I would say of both things being equal, the emotional abuse would have a greater impact on a person's growth and development.
why would, obviously not everyone who comes from an abusive background fails in life. Would that be a correct statement?
That's correct.
Why do some people seem to be able to overcome this obstacle and others cannot?
Again, we have to look at people beyond the one factor that we're looking at. If you talk about abuse, that's one factor in a person's life. There's so many other factors. I mean, I've seen people who have had abusive parents, but very nurturing grandparents. And they made it because they had someone who gave them love to fill that void. Other people don't have that. It depends on the resources people have. I've seen people with supportive siblings when the parents were abusive who would take them in and help nurture them, or supportive counselors. Big brother, mentors are important. What happens to a person is more than just the abuse, so that some people are lucky and others are not. And all people who are abused do not fail in life. A number of them do.
You familiar with the term dysfunctional family?
Yes, I am.
What does that term mean, sir?
Dysfunctional family means just what it says, that a family is not functioning appropriately, or I don't like to use the word normally, but they don't. There's abuse, there's alcoholism, there's fighting among the parents, there is separation, there is reconstitution, and it's a very confusing situation for a child to come from a dysfunctional family.
What is dissociation, sir?
That might take some time. Dissociation is a phenomenon where we go to, one, it's distraction. At a more serious level, it's going to a safe place. Let me just say it this way. There's a continuum of dissociation. We all dissociate, normally. If you're driving down the street and your mind wanders and you're thinking about your child or something else, and you want to make the right turn to go to the supermarket, and you miss the turn. You say, darn, I missed my turn. Why? Because you dissociated. Because you distracted yourself. Some of you go to church on Sundays, you listen to the pastor or the priest, and he's talking away, and you wake up and say, hey, the sermon's over. What did he say? Because you have distracted yourself normally, because whatever it might be, you're thinking about other things. That's normal. Getting a little further on the continuum, you have sleepwalking. That's a dissociation. You have crystal ball gazing. Some people go to the seance. That can be a dissociation. Hypnosis and psychogenic amnesia is about the middle of the continuum, where a person, for example, if I put somebody under hypnosis, at the end of the 3 or 4 hour session, I may ask them, how long have we been together? 10 minutes, doc. It's really 3 hours. They have time distortion because when they were dissociated, they were in an altered state of consciousness. That's a more serious form of dissociation. And then way at the end of the continuum, you have two things. You have multiple personality disorder, like 3 Faces of Eve, you've seen, where they're different personality and they're really not with you. Then you have fugue state. Fugue is a little more difficult to understand, but just a brief example that is based on a true story. A sports announcer in Cleveland with a wife and children suddenly lost, just disappeared. They found him 10 years later in Iowa selling sporting goods in a store, and he had no memory of his former life. Now, that's a very rare condition, but it's the extreme form of dissociation. So I tend to see, and I think we do in psychiatry, psychopathology on a continuum. There is a norm that we're all subject to that is not pathological, but it sometimes can interfere. If we don't hear the sermon, we're not going to listen. We're not going to be able to adhere to it. And if we miss our turn, we might have to go around the block. So it's a little distracting, but not horrible. And way at the end, is he a bigamist? Because he had a new wife and new family. Is he responsible for that? And so I think other forms of mental illness you can see on a continuum as well.
Does Mr. Rowling exhibit traits of a dissociative disorder?
Yes, he does.
Could you explain that to us, please, Doctor?
Yes. He has dissociation when he has some of his mystical experiences. It's my opinion that some of these are dissociative disorders or events. When I'm sitting talking with him and he's dissociated and his mind is wandering and he's clearly not listening to me, and I say, Mr. Rowling, and he startles, he has come back from whatever reverie he was in. That's a dissociation. So he does have the phenomena, and it's a normal. It is a part of the borderline personality disorder.
During the course of your interview, you described his relationship with his father.
Yes.
Just briefly, what was it?
Yeah. At best, it is mixed. He saw his father as brutal, abusive, physically, emotionally. Father would buy his clothes, pick them out till he was 16, his and Kevin's. It wasn't the right style, but he had to wear them. Had to watch what he said at the dinner table because father could fly off the handle and smack him one right at the table without expectation, without justification. All of that. Father took knives to him, guns to him, things like that throughout his life. He still loves his father. He feels so bad about what happened to his father. He has this need for his father to love him, though his perception is that father has not. And some of that is because he feels that he has let his father down.
Doctor, I believe that you had another interview with Mr. Rowling other than the 18th.
Yes.
That would have been the next day?
Yes, on the 19th of November.
What was the purpose of that interview, sir?
The purpose of that interview was, again, to see, using the special testing that I talked about, to see for sure, did Mr. Rowling have multiple personality disorder? When he talked about persona or personalities such as Enad or Gemini, did they really exist? Could they be drawn out? Could he relive experiences? And could I talk the Gemini or the Enad? And I felt it was important because I've examined a number of other people using this special testing, and I have been able to talk to other personalities on occasion. And I felt it would be important. If I could, it would help us in the diagnosis. If I couldn't, at least we could rule it out. That was why we did it.
What were your conclusions as a result of this procedure?
My conclusion was that he does not have multiple personality disorder. I was not able to talk to Gemini or Enad. It was just Danny Rowling.
Doctor, have you ever heard of a term called possession syndrome?
Yes, I have.
First of all, what is it?
Possession syndrome is a syndrome wherein a person believes that he is responding to the will of either another person or another being or a spirit, that he has certain obligations because of his relationship with that spirit or deity, as the case may be, and that he acts accordingly.
Is this currently recognized in the DSM-3, sir?
It's in the appendix rather than in the body of the diagnostic manual. People are looking at it more clearly, and it does require further study.
I assume that most of these diagnoses at one time were in that appendix and required further study.
Well, we're in a dynamic field that a lot of diagnoses were misunderstood. For example, schizophrenia we used to think was a learned reaction. And now we find chemical bases for schizophrenia and genetic responses to it. So we know it's more organic than it is functional or learned. And we're continuing to learn even about schizophrenia.
During the time that you were doing the total evaluation, was there any sign of malingering on Mr. Rowland's part?
Let me tell you what I think malingering is, first of all, because there were signs of exaggeration, there were signs of distortion, there were signs of other kinds of communications that Danny may have believed through his perception, but may not have been based on fact. So that a malingerer is one who consciously, purposely deceives the interviewer, knowing that he is doing so, not that he has a distorted view of the world and gives that distortion, believing it to be the truth.
Okay, I think if you exaggerate, even if you have it, but you exaggerate it, I think that's malingering. So I disagree with this guy. If he's saying that that's not malingering, because, and from my own experience,
I'm not malingering. I have health problems. But there are times when, especially when I was a kid, like I would feel bad. I'd have a bad headache or something because my mom was so critical and so verbally abusive. I knew that if I told her I was sick, I better act sick. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't faking it, but if she came into my room and I was out of bed doing something, it would be, I thought you said you were sick. I thought you said you didn't feel good, because that's how my mom was. So even now, like, for instance, if I call my husband at work and I'm like, honey, I don't feel good, I'm in a lot of pain, and I don't feel like cooking dinner, like, I will make sure if he goes and buys food for us, I will make sure that I am still in the bed when he walks in the door, because I don't want him to think that I just wanted him to go buy dinner, which it doesn't matter, because if I don't have to be sick to not want to cook. Like, if I just want him to bring home dinner, he'll bring home dinner. Like, he doesn't care. But I've got that still in my head from childhood. Like, I told him I didn't feel good, so I got to be in the bed. Like, and that comes from the way my mom was when I was a teenager. If I said I was sick, I better be sick. Yeah, but I know what malingering is. But I'm just saying, if you are sick but you're exaggerating your sickness, that's also malingering too. So, like, he's saying that Danny exaggerating stuff is a part of borderline personality disorder. Well, I guess if it's a symptom of borderline personality disorder, then it's not malingering. But I still say exaggerating is kind of malingering.
Because, there's a difference between truth and fact. So that what he may believe is the truth may not be based on absolute fact or corroborating evidence, but he may believe it's the truth. It's when a person says to me something they know to be false. Malingering is conscious deception, lying. I didn't find any of that in my examination of him. I did find exaggeration and distortion, but I don't think I found that I think I found omissions, but not absolute falsehoods or lies.
Doc, are you trained specifically to try and detect malingering? Is that part of your training?
It's part of what we do in forensic.
One time before I had my own handicap thing for my car, my dad had one for his. And yes, I know this is not legal, but my dad let me borrow his one time because I was in college and it's really hard to get his parking space, and I was hurting, and we had a test that day. So he let me borrow his. And he said, when you get out of that car, you better limp. But I had a limp anyways. I have a limp because of my back's all screwed up and everything. So I limp. But it was just funny. He's like, you get out of that car, you better limp.
And the difference is, again, very briefly, is when I see somebody in treatment and they come to me because they're in pain, they want to get over that pain. So they're likely to be truthful so that I can help them. But when I see somebody in a forensic setting, they're not coming because they're in pain. They're coming because somebody else sent them, either civil cases or criminal cases. And so they're not as likely to be as open and honest. And I have to look to see whether somebody is trying to put one over on me.
Doctor, you've already made mention of Gemini and ENAD, two persona, I think is the way you describe it.
Yes.
Did Mr. Rowling talk to you about these persona?
Yes.
What seems to have been the origin of these individuals according to him?
He had experienced these different phases or personas earlier in his life. And if I can just specify a couple of them, he experienced a part of himself earlier which he felt he had some difficulty controlling, and that he had seen or experienced that part of himself, didn't give it a name then, with O'Mather, his wife, with that smoke coming in through the window that he got out by saying, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. He saw that same force when he was parked at a cemetery with another person subsequent to that. And I believe he saw something he identified as that a third time as well. The Enad part, which he didn't call then either, was the part that he identified as the Robin Hood or the Jesse James when he was, for example, in Kansas City, and he was giving to this things that he had taken to people who were less fortunate, that he would share the spoils with them. And that he saw as his Enad persona.
Doctor, there's been some evidence that's been presented that indicates that at one time during the course of the homicides back in August of 1990, that Mr. Rowling went to see a movie called Exorcist 3. And in that movie, there is a demon who also has the name Gemini, and there are portions of the movie that show lights flickering and a scene indicating a bird had recently died. If Mr. Rowling was exposed to that movie, how would he view that in relationship to his borderline personality?
Mr. Rowling, as I indicated, deals in magic and fantasy and mysticism. And he has had these experiences before seeing The Exorcist 3. Seeing the movie confirmed for him that the sign was right, that this was what has happened to him, and there it is in the movie, so it must be him. And so he attributes that to his own, and then he puts a name on that evil spirit within him, and the name backwards, Enad, because there was some of that in the movie. And he can then say, it's real. Not only is it real, but it's so real because Gemini is my sign. And therefore, this is a sign from the movie. Now, most of us would take that as a coincidence, but not the magical thinking of the borderline Danny Rowling.
Is Mr. Rowling a rational or irrational kind of individual?
He is mostly rational, but there are times when I think his thinking is not so rational. It's based on fantasy, wish fulfillment, unreasonable expectations, not so rational. But most of the time, I would say he is rational.
Does he have a serious illness?
He has a very serious illness.
How would you characterize Mr. Rowling's level of maturity?
Characterize it as being very immature. He's just not consistent with his chronological age.
Dr. Sadoff, at the time of the offenses here in Gainesville, would you have an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Rowling was suffering from extreme mental or emotional disturbance?
Yes, I do have an opinion.
And at the time of the offense here in Gainesville, August 1990, would you have an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Rowling was able to conform his actions to the requirements of the law?
I do have an opinion.
Okay, what would that be, sir?
Opinion is, number one, he was suffering from a serious emotional disturbance, and number two, that he lacked substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law.
Explain how he would lack this substantial ability to conform his conduct.
Now, I'm not saying he lacked ability, because no one says he could not conform. That's not what I'm saying. But he lacked substantial ability because of his borderline condition, because of his, which included the rage and the anger and the need for whatever purpose he had at that time with the persona of the Gemini that he believed he was in at the time, that he acted out these events. Now, could he control himself? Yes. Did he have difficulty controlling himself? Yes.
Doctor, in examination of your materials, did you notice whether or not there was any history of mental illness in the Rowling family?
Yes, I did.
What significance is that to you as a psychiatrist?
There was extensive, at least coming from Danny's mother and her testimony, that there is the two-pronged approach, I would say, for family history of mental illness. One is that there is a genetic link that we know about for certain kinds of mental illness. Second is when people are exposed in growing up to elders who are significantly mentally ill, that has an impact on their development as well.
Doctor, you stated earlier on that you had an opportunity to view the photographs in this case.
Yes, I did.
You also stated that you felt that Mr. Rowling, as part of his borderline personality, also had absorbed other personality traits.
Yes.
In viewing those crime scene photographs, is this the act of a person who is solely antisocial personality disorder?
In my opinion, and based on my experience of examining 7,000 or 8,000 people charged with crime and about 3,000 charged with homicide over 30 years, this goes beyond the behavior that I have seen in those that have been diagnosed as having only an antisocial personality disorder. This has an element of bizarreness, an element of rage and hostility, and symbolic representation to the authorities that does not exist in most of the people who I have seen and diagnosed as antisocial personality alone.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any further questions?
Second one, second brief recess.
Remind you, sir, that I have not asked you a couple of questions that they would ask me to address to you. First of all, what is the origin of the term borderline?
Borderline personality disorder used to be called a number of other things before it was borderline. And it is somewhere between people who are abnormal and those who are psychotic. The borderline can become psychotic under pressure, under certain clinical conditions. So the origin is that it is a vacillating kind of disorder where a person can at times appear to be fairly rational. I don't want to say normal, but normal, and at other times to be abnormal or even psychotic. And there is this gamut that the borderline seems to run.
Thank you, sir. Did you have an opportunity in reviewing materials to review a videotape as well as certain transcriptions of a conversation between Mr. Rowling and Mr. Robert Lewis and agents of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
In the course of reviewing those materials, was there any indications to you of any type of manipulation on the part of Mr. Rowling?
A great deal of it, yes.
Is manipulation consistent with a borderline personality disorder?
Yes, it's one of the hallmarks of the borderline personality disorder.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Second reason.
Dr. Sada, as I said before, it's genuinely good to see you again.
Thank you, Ms.
I have a few questions.
Right.
on your direct examination, you indicated to us that you have been asked to do evaluations in a number of cases where there are criminal defendants charged with assorted crimes throughout the United States.
That's correct.
Right? And you are involved in this consultation. In fact, your practice is exclusively at this point a clinical practice that's involved in consultations, reviewing records and examinations of persons for the purposes of using testimony perhaps in court or making findings for later legal use. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm called a forensic psychiatrist, and my practice is exclusively that.
You do not have a practice now where you see patients and treat patients in your office. Is that right?
I have not for the past 10 years, but for 20 years I did.
That's right. 20 years ago you did, and in the last 10 years you've been publishing, teaching, and doing the type of evaluation that you're here in Florida on today.
That's correct.
You have, in mentioning your credentials, talked about a book that I picked up and read, and that is the second edition of Forensic Psychiatry, a Practical Guide for Lawyers and Psychiatrists, correct?
Yes.
I know you're proud of this book because I think maybe your daughter is in the cover sheet here as the person you dedicated.
It's actually my granddaughter.
Your granddaughter, yes. I want to refer you to a few things because I think in instructing the jury, as you've done so well this morning, there were some things in this book that I think the jury needs to know about psychiatrists in the law. Specifically, I turned to page 12 where you've written that we have people who have been through hospitalizations and evaluations over a number of years with several diagnoses, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, anxiety disorder, phobic disorder, passive-aggressive disorder, schizoid, passive-aggressive personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and/or inadequate personality disorder. These labels all may be ascribed to the same individual, but the person evaluating that individual is different. His interview is different, the time is different. The patient himself may focus on or emphasize different features in his personality, which will lead the psychiatrist to a different diagnosis or a different conclusion. I know you agree with that, correct, Doctor?
I agree with it, and forgot I had written it so well.
You sure have. And I do want to refer to another paragraph in there. Find my cheat sheet here. So I think it makes a great deal of difference on how everyone evaluates psychiatric testimony. You wrote that when, and this is in the chapter where you're talking about a psychiatric consultation with a referring attorney. In this case, your referring attorney would have been Mr. Kearns in his office, the public defender's office. The chapter title is Psychiatric Consultation with Referring Attorney in Preparation for Trial. I realize we're not in the guilt phase here, but we're in the trial. And you wrote in this chapter on page 36 that a psychiatrist who's called to examine a defendant must work in close cooperation with this attorney. Correct?
Yes.
You also wrote in here that often more time is spent consulting with counsel in preparing for trial than is spent with the defendant himself. Counsel should not withhold information from the psychiatric expert nor try to deceive him into coming to an erroneous conclusion. And I know you agree with that.
I do.
Do you also agree, doctor, that the defendant himself, the person you evaluate, should not withhold information from you as the expert nor try to deceive him in coming up with the conclusion or opinion that you render?
Because I use the word should, it's an ideal world. Yes, I would say that that would be the ideal.
Thank you, sir. Another thing I noticed from the book, another aspect of your training for lawyers and psychiatrists, and believe you me, lawyers need it, you recommend that the psychiatrist who's retained review background material and meet with the defendant and do a full evaluation before rendering an opinion or coming to a conclusion. And I heard today that you did that in this case, that you got a massive material, you and I went through it. It was knee high, and I think every expert that's going to come in here today is going to say they got a mass of material that was knee high. I understand from your testimony today that you reviewed a lot of it before you met Danny Rowland,
Yes.
and then you reviewed some of it after you met Danny Rowland.
I believe there was some that came in afterwards, yes.
So when you met Danny Rowland in November, I think you said November 18th of 1993, which would have been last November, you had not fully reviewed all the documents and materials that were to be provided to you.
Some of those had not even existed at that time.
Correct. I remember that specifically I asked you about whether you had reviewed Claudia Rowland's deposition. This is the month of the thing. And you had not. It had not been given to you.
It had not
We took our deposition. And you and I spoke in Philadelphia on a very, very cold day. Because it was the coldest day in Philadelphia.
Yes, it was.
That's what I consider. On January 20th, 1994.
Yes, we did.
So by that time, you hadn't seen Claudia's videotape deposition or had her written deposition, to my recollection of what we talked about.
To the best of my recollection, that's
You
true.
have reviewed it since then.
Yes, I have.
Now, when you saw Danny Rowland back in November, it was a weekend, I believe, the November 18th and 19th weekend. When you first saw him, he was, as you described him, clean shaven, neatly dressed, neatly groomed.
The answer to the last part of your question is correct. I believe it was a Wednesday and Thursday or Thursday and Friday. I don't think it was a weekend.
Okay, I got the impression. But he was clean shaven, he was neatly dressed, he was neatly groomed, he had taken care of himself. And those are factors that you take into consideration when you decide whether someone is psychotic or someone is not in the real world.
Yes, I do.
And today you confirmed to this jury that, in your opinion, Danny Harold Rowland was not psychotic when you saw him.
That's correct. He was not.
You just mentioned to Mr. Kearns that borderlines can become psychotic, that it's a vacillating disorder.
Yes, that's correct.
But you have never seen Danny Harold Rowland psychotic.
That's absolutely right.
And your diagnosis on Danny Harold Rowland, at no time is it your opinion that Danny Harold Rowland was psychotic at the time he committed the 5 homicides, 3 burglaries, and 3 rapes in this particular case.
I have no evidence to confirm that he was psychotic at any of those times. That's correct.
So while a borderline personality in the general sense may have psychotic episodes, in your opinion, Danny Harold Rowland was not psychotic when he committed these crimes.
If he was, I didn't know about it, and I have no evidence to say that he was.
And through your examination, as you described, your thorough and vigorous examination of Danny Harold Rowland on the 18th and 19th, you agreed with Ted McMahon and Harry Croft that he did not have multiple personality disorder.
That's correct.
This is not the 3 faces of Eve.
This is not the 3 faces.
We do not have a Gemini that comes out and the Danny that gets put away. And the Gemini walks around and does all his dirty deeds. And then when he comes back to his campsite or his home or his trailer or his house, he becomes Danny again. We don't have that.
We don't have a separate personality now.
And you also agreed, I believe, with Dr. McMahon's diagnosis after a number of neuropsychiatric tests that she listed for us yesterday. She went through an hour's worth of all the tests she did. After her very thorough psychological evaluation, neuropsychological evaluation, there is no question or there's no doubt in your mind, or it is your opinion, that he does not suffer from an organic brain disorder.
I have no evidence that he suffers from organic brain disorder. That's correct.
He didn't damage his brain so much that it caused him to become psychotic or schizophrenic or anything like that.
That's not part of my diagnosis.
And you agree with both Harry Croft and Dr. Elizabeth McMahon on that as well?
That's correct.
You talked a little bit early on your direct examination about malingering, and that you are, as a very experienced and a very qualified psychiatrist, looking for malingerers when you do evaluations like this. We're looking for malingering.
Yes,
When you do your evaluation,
yes, I do.
you are also looking for other characteristics or traits that would suggest to you a diagnosis.
Yes, I am.
But while you're doing that, you're looking to see whether or not a particular patient may be trying to con you or fool you or present you with facts that are not true.
They do try. Some of them succeed.
You can't tell us today, Dr. Sadoff, that you have never been fooled by a patient.
I can tell you that I have been.
That's what I want to know. You spoke about borderline personality. I'm at a point in my notes where we talked about diagnosis. So if I can take you back, we'll disassociate for a minute. We're going to go back. We're going to go back to when you talked about your diagnosis of Danny Harold, and you said he was borderline personality, a mixed personality, or what's known as a personality disorder not otherwise specified, and that you saw some other characteristics such as narcissism, I believe you said antisocial personality, and
Histrionic,
histrionic.
obsessive compulsive.
You didn't mention paraphilia there.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
And we wanted to make sure that we were all on the same wavelength, since Dr. Kropp and Dr. McMahon both said that he suffers from a paraphilia, that's voyeurism.
I would certainly agree with that, and I apologize for omitting that. It's my error.
And is it not your testimony that he has a severe paraphilia, voyeurism?
It has been very severe at times, and other times perhaps not as severe, but yes, it's a severe form.
And you also said when you were giving an example about certain disorders like the obsessive compulsive, and in fact, I think you may have said that Danny has some characteristics of the obsessive compulsive. He likes to be clean.
Yes.
That's evidenced by what he did at the crime scenes, isn't it, doctor?
One can say that. I wouldn't make the diagnosis exclusively on what he did at the crime scene, but it's consistent with the person who is
Right.
obsessive
That's some
compulsive.
of the facts you take into consideration when you make a diagnosis. You look at the things that the defendant did.
Yes.
And in the crime scenes where he comes in and he cleans up after himself and douches the women and he wipes their faces clean to make them look pretty, those signs to you suggest maybe an obsessive compulsive character disorder or some aspect of that.
In and of themselves, I would not diagnose him that just on that basis, but having other information about his characteristics of obsessive compulsive, I can say that those behaviors are consistent with the diagnosis.
You mentioned in using your example of the obsessive compulsive that if the obsession or the compulsion the obsession or compulsion becomes a disorder if it interferes with a person's ability to function effectively.
Yes.
Do you agree that certain antisocial traits become a disorder when they interfere with a person's ability to function effectively?
Yes, I do.
And you also agree, don't you, doctor, that there are a number of borderline personalities who function in society without ever committing the kinds of crimes, the murders, the rapes, the burglaries that Danny Harold Rowan committed in this case?
I would say, in all honesty, the overwhelming number of them do not.
Someone told me that we in the community bump into borderlines every day. You could be at a red light and the guy that's behind you honking because you haven't pulled out fast enough gives you the finger. That may be a borderline personality.
It might, but I wouldn't diagnose him on that basis.
So there are lots of folks out here in the real world, in the community, who may have this particular disorder, and they function on a daily basis with raping, killing, and burglarizing.
They function without the killing and the raping. Yes, that's true.
And from our rather lengthy deposition on a cold January day, we talked about whether or not the defendant in this case, Danny Harold Rowan, knew at the time he committed each and every one of the offenses he committed, whether he knew right from wrong. And it was your testimony to me that, in your opinion, Danny Harold Rowan knew right from wrong each and every time he committed each and every homicide in this case.
That's correct.
let's talk a little bit about the history he gave you when you first met him on November 18th. He told you during that interview, Dr. Sadoff, that he had received an early discharge from the military, that he had had problems in the military, and that he had been court-martialed for disobeying, correct?
Yes.
According to the notes that you provided us, it seemed that you had taken somewhat of the history out of order, that you talked maybe about his adult experiences and then went back to his childhood. Is that how you recall the interview? Or did you start from day one of his life and move upward?
Not being a true obsessive compulsive, I don't go in any strict order, and I do it as the stimulus comes up. If Danny starts talking about the military, we just talk about it. And then the next one, it's a free-flowing interview, so I don't inhibit the production of material.
The purpose of having a free-floating, uninhibited interview is so that information flows freely from the patient or the client or the defendant, so that the client is more relaxed and more likely to tell you in detail facts and circumstances that may be very important to you in your diagnosis. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't conduct it as an interrogation or cross-examination. It's just I throw out a stimulus and I let him go.
This would relax the patient, relax the defendant in this case, and hopefully that will open him up to providing you with more information that you might get if you do what I'm doing to you right now, and that is cross-examining you.
It would probably make him very anxious if I did to him what you're doing to me, so I do try to relax him a bit.
I know from your years of experience that you are not anxious at this point. He also told you about his voyeurism. Now, you mentioned on direct examination that this peeping or voyeurism, this is really, peeping to me is almost too sterile a term. This is somebody who's peering into windows, looking for naked people,
Yes.
people who are bathing, people who are undressing, people who are having sexual relations. That's what these people do.
Yes.
They go out in the night so that the light inside shines out to the outside, and they look through cracks of windows. I remember Mr. Rollington saying that he at times had laid down so he could look up into the blind that had been up a little bit, get in position so he could look in. He has to get close to that house so he can look in. Is that right? That's what voyeurs do.
They do.
And while you said that, in your opinion, this peeping or voyeurism filled an emptiness, and that he was looking for the family or looking for a place where he could put himself in and be happy. It's interesting to me that he told you that it started when he was, I think, about 14 years old with a neighborhood boy named Jimmy.
Yes.
And it was purely, when we get to the page here, it was purely to watch a woman with ass, breasts, and pussy take a bath. And
Yes.
that's how he described it to you,
That's
right?
what they told me.
So he wasn't doing this when he was 8 years old, leaving the house during the day and sitting in his friend's backyard watching the family go out, get ready for school or breakfast, watch the normal family. He went out there, he started out there looking at women who were unclothed, bathing, having sexual relationships, or whatever. That's what he did.
As we did.
And you said on your direct examination that this peeping, this voyeurism became compulsive. He had, what you said, decreasing amounts of control.
Yes.
He told you it was so compulsive that it was on a daily basis.
Yes.
He went out every night.
Yes.
He was living at home. He'd sneak out the window of his house. His mom and dad didn't know he was gone. He'd pop out in the neighborhood and he'd stay up at night looking.
Yes.
And he would masturbate.
Yes.
And it got to a point where he would do more than that. Here in Gainesville, we know he peeked here. We know he looked in Christopher Boyd's blinds. We know he looked in Tracy Paulus's window. And it passed through the looking, peeping, and masturbating to breaking in, raping, and killing, didn't it?
It did.
Now about Tracy Paulus, about control here. You said he became compulsive and he lost control. And control is an issue in your whole direct examination. In the case of Tracy Paulus, it has been brought to our attention that while he was peeping in her window, someone passed by and he ducked. so he wouldn't be seen. You'd say that was controlled, wouldn't you?
I would say he has some control there, yes.
And in the case of Krista Hoyt, he peeked in the night before to check on her, or some nights before. Maybe not exactly the night before, but some nights before. He went back to Krista Hoyt's residence a second time. So the first time he went in, he was able to control his urges. He didn't go and break in and have his way with Krista Hoyt the first time. He left there and came back a second time.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of that first circumstance, but if what you say is true, that's true.
And then there were times with control where he had been stopped, and I think you know this. I think you know this probably from the tape that was just referred to on direct examination. I think you know this from the testimony, the depositions that have been provided to you, the police reports, and all those documents that you were provided. There were times when he was out in the night, hunting, and he would come upon a good place to look. He would come upon someone who was interesting to him, but he was thwarted because a security guard in one case came up to him and said, "Hey man, what are you doing?"
Yes,
That's correct.
I'm aware of that.
That's somebody who knows he's not doing right and is controlled enough in his behavior to be able to take off and go the other direction.
That's correct.
And then there was another time, I think, where he was almost in the house and a drunk came out, saw him, questioned him, and he knew, I better get out of here.
Yes.
So this compulsion that he has, this tremendous obsession to be a voyeur and to peep and to look in and then to break in and rape, this is controlled when there are external forces.
I never indicated that there was no control. I did indicate that he had increasing difficulties in controlling it, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. I mean, if he is still going out and doing the behavior in a compulsive way, but when somebody comes up, it aborts it, yes.
Now, we talked a little bit about the borderline personality having, let me get my book here because I don't quote it exactly. Recurrent suicidal threats, gestures, or behavior.
Yes.
We've had some testimony that some of the suicide behaviors that Danny Rowley exhibited were not real, meaningful, but actually feigned or faked in order to obtain some kind of treatment or be placed at a certain place. I think you're familiar with that too from somebody.
That's what borderlines do.
And you mentioned that psychiatrists, people who treat borderlines, are very concerned about making sure that the suicidal talk is not sincere, because you wouldn't want, I think you said, we don't want our patients to kill themselves.
Sure.
I think Betty McMahon even said yesterday, Elizabeth McMahon, that they wear us out.
She's absolutely right.
So it is your duty and your oath as psychiatrists, when you have someone that you are working with, or you have had contact with, it is your duty and oath to come to their attention and aid. They become your patient and you care about their well-being. Is that correct?
That's true. And if we don't come and they kill themselves, probably get sued.
I know that's not your number one reason. You're already a doctor if you
But
worry about it.
that's one of the concerns that psychiatrists do have.
I think anyone who knows a doctor knows that you don't go through that much medical school and that much training because you do anything but you care about people and you want to see them get well, or you want to see them feel better, or you want to see good come to them. And that's what doctors are all about, isn't it, doctor?
Thank you. I wish everybody felt the way you do.
That's what it is. Do you agree that at least in your diagnosis of borderline, manipulation is a very strong part?
Yes.
Manipulation is also a very strong factor in the antisocial personality, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So if another physician said, well, I see this manipulation as being an antisocial feature rather than a borderline feature, you would not disagree with it?
I would say it's an overlapping symptom that could be attributable to either of the two diagnoses, yes.
Now, on your direct examination, you said that we got into talking about family.
Yes.
And one thing you said was that family does have some effect perhaps on the borderline personality, and you mentioned the book the DSM-3R.
Yes.
And the only thing that confused me, and maybe you can just clarify it for me, is that under this particular borderline personality, and I think you have the pages 346 and 347, where they talk about the disorder, they have a subsection called predisposing factors and familial pattern. You see that on page 347? Yes. At that point, it says no information.
That's correct.
So as far as this guidebook is concerned, Betty called it a Bible, but I don't think you call it a Bible either.
I wouldn't call it a Bible. It's a guidebook.
According to this guidebook, there are no specific familial patterns that are identified as being linked with borderline personalities.
There are not, but those of us who have seen enough borderlines know that a number of them do have familial problems.
There are lots of folks that have familial problems that are not borderline personalities.
You're right. That's true.
Let's talk about what you said on direct about reviewing information about both Danny and his mother and father through relatives. What you said, and I wrote it down, was that you reviewed information given to you by James Harold Rawlings' father's relatives. Is there one deposition that you're aware of, other than Kevin Rowling, who is a relative of James Harold Rowling? Is there any other deposition in that whole stack and mass of material you got that was from the paternal side of the family?
No, the one I was referring to is Claudia Rowland.
Claudia, and that's his wife.
Yes.
Oh, you meant that all of the depositions and testimony you reviewed were from the mother's side?
No, all of them were from everybody, but those that I could pick out information about the father's side's illness, that is the family problems, and most of that came from Claudia Rowling's testimony.
Do you know, Doctor, are you aware, you may not be aware, that you don't have a single deposition from the father's side of the family?
I didn't see any, so I assume we don't have them available.
You mentioned that there was you used the example of Danny's impression of his dad. You said that that was a classic example of love evaluation, that he described him as a decorated veteran and that he had more, he made Audie Murphy look like
Mr. Magoo.
Mr. Magoo. Were you aware that his dad was in the Korean War, did get injured in the Korean War, went back after being injured in the Korean War, got a Purple Heart, got a Bronze Star, was decorated, and that Danny always thought that that was very impressive?
Records I showed that he got a good conduct medal. I did not find the records that showed he had the Purple Heart and the Bronze Star.
So you're not familiar with that?
If those records exist, I haven't seen them. Incidentally, it's not so important whether they do exist. The fact is that Danny sees his father as a hero, but he also saw him as a villain.
Well, if you have a Bronze Star and you have a Purple Heart, in some people's minds, aren't you a hero?
I would think so.
You also said that this borderline personality that you see leads to an identity confusion, and that in his mind, in Danny's mind, he let his father down. I think that's exactly what your words were.
I think they're two separate issues, but I said both of those, yes.
That there's an emptiness.
Yes.
An emptiness. He let his father down. You are aware, I'm sure you were aware at our deposition because I asked you about it. You are aware of the number of times Danny was arrested and convicted for armed robbery throughout the Southeast United States.
Yes.
And you are aware that his father was a police officer.
Yes.
And you are aware, because I think you were provided with Bryce hospital records, that when Danny was incarcerated in Mississippi, well, Bryce is in Alabama.
Excuse me, I can't hear you when you speak.
No, this is my admin. Let me get my letter and then I'll turn around and answer that. You were aware about all the arrests, you were aware about the convictions, you were aware that he was incarcerated in Georgia and Mississippi and Alabama.
Yes.
And in fact, in your deposition, when I asked you whether or not, let me get the question here. We had a long deposition. The judge is smiling now.
That's because I was still in Gainesville, it was not the cold.
I can't quite find it, but I will find the site if you don't remember it, will refresh your recollection. I think I asked you whether or not, in your opinion, he had an extensive violent criminal history, and your answer was, in your opinion, yes. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yes.
Were you aware, I know you got the Bryce Hospital records, these were the hospital records that were generated when Damien Harold Rowley was in prison in Alabama. Were you aware and have you reviewed the letter that his dad wrote to the physicians, or Mrs. Brenda Lee, who was the, I guess, the Department of Mental Health administrator there, about his son and his concerns about his son? So even though, by the time he's in Alabama, he's already been convicted twice. He's been convicted in Georgia, and now he's on the second go-round. Even though he's convicted twice, and his dad's still coming to bat for him here, it's not unusual to think that he would feel he let his dad down.
I think you're absolutely right if you attribute that to his adult behavior. But he also felt that he let his father down when he was a child before he ever got into some of these difficulties, because his concern was that his father didn't love him. And it was before he did any of these things. So I think that's more significant.
That was, his father didn't love him. That was something that I wanted to talk to you about. You said that that was important, that he felt that his father didn't love him. You can't say, Dr. Sadoff, that his father objectively did not love him.
As I said, borderlines tend to distort. They see things through their own perceptions that may not be based on factual reality. So it's not important. What's important is what he believes and what he perceives.
In fact, from the way you're saying it, if I were to lecture my son and he was a borderline, he might feel he's been abused by his mother.
He very well might.
If I was telling him that stealing was wrong and you need to give that back to your sister, it's not yours, he might think I was abusing him.
It depends on the severity of his borderline condition and how you presented it, under what circumstances, whether there was brutality along with it, whether there was not.
And in the case of Danny and his dad, obviously from the letter of Bryce, now Danny is well into adulthood here. His dad's writing a letter for him, saying he needs help, we knew he needed help, we tried our best, his mom and I, and we loved him. Both Claudia Rowling and James Harold Rowling could have tried their best, but because of whatever factors we've said, could be genetic, we don't know, we haven't figured it out yet. Whatever they did, Danny could have still been the borderline personality that you diagnosed him.
Well, one has to postulate, however, that sometimes the borderline personality might develop because of the way he was treated. And if you read Claudia Rowling's testimony and her sister's testimonies, James Harold Rowling was quite abusive to Daddy Rowling.
You have also read Omega Loomis's deposition.
Yes,
I don't think you ever interviewed Omega.
I did not.
In fact, you have not interviewed anyone other than Danny Harold Rowling.
That is correct.
Omega's deposition, you've also read Kevin Rowling's deposition.
Yes, I
You
did.
haven't personally met him either.
I have not.
We'll start with Omega. Danny told you about the relationship, the marriage relationship, and how important it was to him. In fact, you said that he, looked out to God and the door opened and this angel walked in and there she was. When you reviewed Omega's deposition, she tells a different story, doesn't she?
She does.
In fact, she tells you that she was struck by Danny, and Danny confirms it to you when you interview him.
Yes.
She also says that she was threatened by him with a shotgun and the baby, his own baby, Kylie, this person who's so important to him, his own baby's there telling you, please, Daddy, don't shoot Mommy. He told you that, and Omega confirms it, doesn't she?
Yes.
And Omega says that James Harold Rowland, Danny's father, came in when Danny was out of work and couldn't bring groceries in the home. That James Harold Rowland was the one who went into the house and literally brought bags of groceries into the house for them and baby diapers.
Yes.
Remember that? And that he and Claudia, that's James Harold, Dad, brought furniture to them because they needed furniture for their apartment. And Dad was the one who went in and got the furniture, helped them get furniture.
I recall him saying that, yes.
And it was James Harold who realized there was problems in the marriage and tried to help Omega when Danny would leave for days. And Omega would call up and say, I have no car, I don't know where Danny is, can you help me out? Who came? James Harold.
James Harold.
It's also interesting that Omega doesn't remember ever seeing this spiritual experience that Danny has explained in detail to every one of his psychiatrists or psychologists or mental health counselors.
She didn't see what he saw.
She don't remember him ever saying it happened. She doesn't recall any nightmares, nothing like that of her memory. Does that surprise you?
Not at all. People can remember certain things than others.
What was interesting about this relationship was that Danny told you that when Omega was pregnant with Kylie, he didn't want to cheat on his wife. Remember that?
That's right.
Right. He said, I wanted to be law-abiding. I'd been to prison. I knew if I broke the law, I'd be back in prison again. I didn't want to go back to prison. And he also knew when he married Omega that it was for keeps, and he didn't want to cheat on his wife. So when Omega was pregnant, he went back out, peeping in windows.
Yes, he did.
He also told you that Omega ran off with another man.
Yes.
He didn't tell you what we later discovered, and that was that Omega found out that he'd been peeping in other people's windows. Does that surprise you?
Not at all.
And he didn't hold down a job, and he wasn't coming home. And when he came home, he was under the influence of illegal substances. And he would beat her when she confronted him.
I'm going to object to the last one, Your Honor.
Excuse me, he would strike her. We can use beating for Daddy, but we'll use strike, Danny. He was striking her.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, because of the mischaracterization of the last phrase. Well, the objection is overruled. The secretary can take whatever word she wants. You can read your correctly.
He didn't tell you that's the reason why the marriage broke up, did he?
He told me some of the factors that you have told me, but he didn't link them to the reason for the breakup of the marriage.
And one other thing about borderline, just looking at my notes here on your direct examination, said borderlines have difficulty controlling anger. That's the guy that's behind me at the red light. He's got difficulty controlling his anger. He's mad at me because I haven't gone ahead of the light. So anger comes quickly.
Anger is present. The expression of anger is different from the feeling of anger. One can feel it and not express it. And of course, what we try to help people with in psychotherapy is it's okay to feel it, but you have to wait until it's appropriate before you express it.
Well, let's draw your attention to the situation where Danny shot his dad. He talked to you about that.
Yes.
And he was angry with his dad.
Yes.
He told you that he had gotten dressed in camouflage, and it was he, Danny Harold Rowland. There was no Gemini in this,
That's right.
in this experience here. That he dressed in camouflage, and let me quote what he wrote down here. He said he was in full camouflage, and he just felt like he was going to go out and kill somebody.
As you told me.
He also said it was a miracle that his father lived because he was so close to death.
Because he,
Because he was so close to death.
that's what Danny said.
Right. He had a .38 caliber shot to his brain.
Yes.
He told you about the robberies that he has been convicted of. And I believe he said to you that first the robberies were scary for him, but the fear wore off after the first few times, and then it became exciting.
Yes.
And you and I talked about that a little bit, and you agreed that it was a power trip for someone to steal by putting a gun in the face and watching people get frightened.
I think it's a power trip for anybody who does that, yes.
And that you agreed that some people get their kicks doing that.
Some do. Some get money besides.
And in fact,
And some get money besides.
and some money, right? And in fact, we then took it one step forward. We talked about the homicides, the deaths, the killings in this case. And you agreed with me that some people get their kicks threatening with knives, raping, and killing.
Yeah, it's an issue of control and having total dominance over somebody else.
There was a lot of control in these homicides, wasn't there, Dr. Sadoff?
There was an attempt at controlling the victim, yes.
Well, we'll talk about the Williamsburg scene. We'll talk about Sonia Larson and Christina Powell. In that particular case, when Danny came in, and I want to talk about the door suddenly opening. He didn't tell you, he pried the door open with a screwdriver, did he?
Not on that one. It was on the other two.
He said he stood there and the door opened up, he willed it open.
Yes.
He also didn't tell you that there was evidence of prying with the screwdriver.
Not on that one. He did on the other two.
He gets inside that apartment, and the first thing he does is he checks it to make sure who's inside, doesn't he?
Yes.
That's a pretty thoughtful process, isn't it?
Yes.
You gotta be pretty calm to do that.
I don't know about calm, but you have to be aware of what's going on around you.
You gotta have your wits about you, I guess somebody would say.
Never dies.
So he does that. He goes upstairs and he sees Sonia Larson upstairs. He looks at her for a while. Minutes pass. He goes downstairs. He looks at Christina Powell for a while. Time passes. And then he decides which one of the women he's going to rape and which one of the women he's going to have to eliminate. Because we don't want witnesses.
We don't.
We don't want witnesses. We don't want to get caught. Correct? You agreed with me at the deposition that Danny knew that he was doing wrong and he didn't want to get caught.
I agree with that.
That's my New York accent coming out. But he didn't want to get caught because why? How do we know that? He wore gloves, correct?
Right.
He brought a mask.
Yes.
He cleaned his victims. He made sure that he wore black because the blood, if he had to be seen somewhere else, the blood would not stain a black piece of clothing. All those things suggest to you or are consistent with, as psychiatrists and other experts say, they're all consistent with someone who knows they're doing wrong and doesn't want to get caught, correct?
I have no quarrel with that. I've said that many times and I'll continue to say it.
And in this particular situation, he in advance that he's going to do these acts because he steals the screwdriver to enter into the residences. He steals the gloves. He has the mask available, and he packs in his bag a K-bar knife and a gun in case he runs into somebody he can't control. Correct?
Yes.
This all happens well in advance of going out at night looking for victims, hunting.
That's preparation, yes.
You find it interesting, Doctor, that he steals the gloves, and he steals the screwdriver, and he steals the duct tape that he uses to bind these victims. But he purchases, during that same time frame, while he's in the same store, a tent and a bedroll, because he knows that when these bodies are discovered, they're going to know that there was knife used, they're going to know that there were gloves used, and they might look for people who bought those things, but they won't think about a tent and they won't think about a bedroll. I think that's interesting. Think that takes some thinking?
It's also harder to steal a tent and bedroll.
That may be true. It's a lot cheaper to buy the duct tape too. You have enough money to buy that tent. In scene 2, I hate to call it scene 2 because it makes it so sterile. Krista Hoyt's home, where she lived. He had a lot of control when he decided on Krista Hoyt, didn't he?
Yes.
He had a lot of thinking that got into preparing to break into her home and wait for her.
Yes, he did.
He had to, first of all, he went there several days, maybe up to a day before. We know that from his own statement. So he found her. He located her. He, what is it when we put the seed on the ground so the deer can come in? All the hunters, I don't hunt, so I don't know. But he knew where it was going. He knew she'd be there. He went back there. He broke into the house when she knew she wasn't there, and then he moved furnishings so he could situate himself in a place where she would have no way of escaping from him. Takes a lot of thinking to do that.
Takes preparation, yes.
And he stood there for a while and waited for her to come home.
That's
So there was a heck of a lot of time for him to decide whether he or Gemini should leave. You know, this Gemini guy. He had time to think about whether, well, gee, Gemini, I think we should be here. He had a lot of time, didn't he?
There was time, yes.
In fact, Dan has said all along, well, he likes to blame Gemini for all these things. It comes right down to it. He said, I was the one who stabbed these women. I was the one who raped these women. I fought with Manny Tafoda. He almost got me. I'm the one who's guilty of these crimes.
That's what he told Bobby.
So he waits there, he moves the furnishings, and then when Krista comes, not Gemini, he rapes her and kills her.
And that's what's in the statement, yes.
And you have the photographs. You have looked at the photographs.
I looked at the photographs, yes.
So you're aware, we're not going to discuss it, but you're aware of each of these crime scenes and what they looked like when they were discovered by law enforcement.
Yes, I am.
Tracy Paul is in Manny Tafoda. Same thing, Doctor. He was in control there as well, wasn't he?
Yes.
In fact, Tracy Paulus had the courage to be able to face him off and ask him if he was the one, the Gainesville killer. And he said yes, didn't he?
I believe that's true, yes.
Now, he explained to you, and I think it came out in earlier testimony, that he was going to pay back the world I'm not going to ask you for the direct quote. And I don't know how much instruction you've had before. I'm not going to ask you for a direct quote. But he was going to pay back the world for the terrible conditions that were in Parchment Prison. This is a prison he was sentenced to back in Mississippi in the 80s. And he told you that as well, didn't he?
He did, yes.
He told you about how bad Parchment was, didn't he?
Yes.
He spent a lot of time. We have a whole page of notes on sewage. Let's see here. He told you that there was sewage that came up from the center of the floor of his cell on a daily basis, that he had to stand in sewage every day. Did he tell you that?
Yes.
That he had to eat in sewage.
Yes.
There was sewage and they wouldn't clean it up. He said that it was never heated there, and when he looked out the window one day, and there was this bird that flew on the windowsill and froze to death, and he watched the bird freeze to death and die.
Is that in my notes? I don't remember that.
He didn't tell you that?
I don't believe so.
All right. You may have told Ms. McMahon that. Do you remember hearing that in any of the other depositions that you
I
read?
do recall that, but he did not tell me that.
He also told you that it was squalor, really, in squalor.
Yes.
He told you that he couldn't speak to people. He was locked up and kept away from people. He could only communicate with guards.
That's what he told me.
And that there was only one guard that he communicated with, and this guard was a mean guard. And he was treated terribly by this guard. Had all come back to you?
What is that?
And that he would get revenge for what had happened to him in Portugal.
He would do it, but it was not as calculating as you're asking it. The way he said it was that it was he had gone so far down because of the conditions and his own mental state from the isolation and the squalor and the barbaric conditions in which he lived, that he introduced the evil part, or Gemini, at that point. And it wasn't just that he vowed revenge, but it was through the magic, I suppose, of his unification with this devil spirit called Gemini, that he would take that revenge.
Doctor, in the review of all the medical records, all the psychiatric records, I have a book here that we've been using, and I know you got a lot more than this. This is a book of records that, or I'm sure provided to you because I went over the list with you. The massive medical and psychiatric and psychological records that you reviewed, did the name Gemini ever come up in any of these records? Other than when Danny Harold Rowland had been charged with, became a suspect, and was interviewed by Betty McMahon, and then later when he made a statement of offer. Did you ever see the word Gemini in any of the other records?
I did not see it before the charges in this case.
And when he got out of prison, and I know you looked at this record because I got it from not your lawyer, but Mr. Rowland's lawyer, Mr. Kurtz. When he got out of prison and returned back home to Shreveport, do you know where he went to live when he came back home to Shreveport?
He went home?
He went to live with Mom and Dad.
Yes.
And he was in his 30s then, he was 35.
Yes.
Didn't have a job. Dad tried to help him get a job during that time period.
From what I understand, yes.
Do you recall that he did go with a friend, actually his girlfriend, Bunny Mills, to a mental health center in Shreveport?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And at that time, he never reported that he was overtaken by some evil spirit, or that he was being gnawed at, or eaten up by, or confused by, or even bothered by, or even having bad dreams about an evil spirit.
There's no mention of that in the records.
In your direct examination, you talked about your first interview, which was about 5 hours, and then your second interview, which was about 3 hours. Actually, 5.5 for the first and 3 for the second. you had decided at the end of your first 5 hours that you needed to put Danny Harold Rowling under hypnosis to confirm your diagnosis on whether or not, to confirm or to rule out a diagnosis of multiple personality disorder. Did you not?
I wanted to make sure, as best I could with the tools that we had available, whether or not he had NPD.
So at the end of your 5-hour session with Danny Harold Rowling, you were not at the point where you could say for sure, beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty, which is your terms, or our terms for you, you could not say, based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that Danny Harold Rowling was not a multiple personality.
I was fairly certain that he was not, but I could not say, again, beyond reasonable medical certainty, and I wanted to give him every advantage to see whether or not we could prove, if it's possible, that he either did have or did not have. That's why we did that.
If you had felt he was not a multiple personality disorder at the end of your 5 hours, you would not have found it necessary to hypnotize him.
If I was certain, but again, without hypnosis, I don't think one can be as certain, and I felt that the seriousness of this matter warranted using every tool we had available.
So you went back, and this time I believe you went back with Ms. McMahon, Dr. McMahon, and another woman by the name of Jackie Whitmire, who really, the only reason why I believe you took Ms. Whitmire is because you don't do the hypnotic procedure. You allow a third person to do that so that there's no question or there's no issue about who did the process, right?
Right, she was a totally neutral person who had no involvement in this case at all.
So you went back there, and at the time of that second meeting with Danny Harold Rowling, that session that you were going to have, you videotaped that entire session, did you not?
Yes, you did.
You found, as a result, that Gemini never did reveal himself after Danny was placed under hypnosis.
We did not see Gemini, that's correct.
We didn't see him either.
We did not.
We saw Danny telling you what happened at the crime scenes, at the homes of Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Tracy Paulus, Manny Tabota, and his home. That's what we saw, didn't we?
Yes.
And it was your opinion, because I asked you whether or not the hypnosis had been done properly, and you said that it had, in your opinion. And you were hoping, with all the people around you, that Gemini would come out, but he didn't.
Well, you know, if he existed, I would have liked to see him. If he didn't exist, I wouldn't see him. And I try to go in with some scientific neutrality if I can, without a bias. But if he had come out, I probably would be saying different things today than I am now.
When you had evaluated Danny, actually, maybe before you had evaluated Danny, because I know you've got so many documents, I'm not sure when in time this happened for you, but I'm sure that at some point you knew that you had been told, either through records or through Mr. Kearns or through readings, that Danny Harold Rowling had spoken to other inmates in institutions where he had been held to find out could fake insanity.
Yes, I was aware of that.
In fact, you and I had a discussion about that, and you said that's not unusual for people who are looking at the kind of crimes that this man's looking at and the kind of penalty, that's not unusual. You also agreed with me that, we talk about malingering a little bit or being fooled. You also agreed with me that Gemini could be an invention, that it could be a conscious attempt by this man, Danny Harold Rowling, to make an excuse for his own behavior, and that you are a good doctor, you're an expert, you are well learned, and you are well respected, but you're not God, and you can't say for sure whether it's an excuse or not. Is that right, Doc?
I cannot say for sure that it's not. It's a possibility one that one has to consider.
I did have one other question about malingering, and you found signs of exaggeration and distortion, and I may have misunderstood you, so let me ask this question. You said that you define malingering as conscious deception or lying. Are you telling me, or are you telling us all here that conscious omissions, that is, failing to tell your doctor a certain fact, failing to reveal that you have done certain things, are you saying that that is not a part of malingering?
It could be interpreted that way if you determine that the omission is conscious with the intent to deceive through omission. Yes.
Mr. Curtis had asked you about a movie, Exorcist Part 3. Danny Rowland did not tell you that during the time frame that he was in Gainesville, Florida in late August 1990, he went to the Litchfield Theater on Southwest Archer Road, fractions of a mile from where all these crimes occurred. He did not tell you he went and saw Exorcist 3, did he?
Did not.
You were talking about Gemini, you were talking about Peanut, you were talking about spirits coming in and out of the window, you were talking about laying in bed and and a spirit comes through, a smoke, cemetery, a being coming out of a cemetery, and he never told you, by the way, have you seen The Exorcist 3?
Did not.
The first time you heard about The Exorcist 3 was, I don't know what time you got in last night, but the first time you heard about The Exorcist 3 was last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And I'm not sure I understand your...
Can you imagine how stupid would you feel if you had been the psychologist that interviewed him and you heard about Gemini and you heard about all this stuff, and then you found out that he watched a movie that had a demon in it named Gemini? You would feel so stupid that you bought into that whole story. And then you were like, oh, he got it from a movie. Are you kidding me? I cannot imagine having to get up on the witness stand and talk about Gemini and everything he said about Gemini, knowing in the back of your head that he got it all from a movie. And you have to get up there and present all of your findings about Gemini. That has got to be one of the hardest things about doing that job, being a psychologist and testifying in court. That has got to be, I couldn't do it. Well, I can't do psych anyways, because that was the most scared I ever was in nursing school, was psych rotation. But that's got to be humiliating. Oh my gosh, I cannot imagine what's going through his head right now.
Impressions or your interpretation of that, but you're not saying, we're not going to talk about specific facts of The Exorcist 3. You're not saying that Danny Harold Rowland back in the 80s lived the same scenes that are in The Exorcist 3 and then was sitting in the movie theater and said, oh, those are the same things that happened to me. You're not saying that, are you?
I'm not saying that exactly because I don't know what happened in The Exorcist 3, but what I'm saying is that because he has magical ideas about life and he sees things in a different way than perhaps the rest of us do, it's very consistent with the borderline personality disorder for him to have seen that movie and said, aha, this is another sign. It's my sign, Gemini. That must be what I've been experiencing, and latch onto it and say, this is what God has been wanting to tell me.
So then, all those stories that he told you about seeing the spirit and all that, if it's similar to the movie, then they're made up. That really didn't happen to him.
Not necessarily at all. It may have happened to him without putting the name Gemini on, and he had no understanding of it until he saw the movie, and then he said, now I understand what this is about.
Are you aware of how the murder?
Okay, well, never mind. He's not humiliated. He's spinning it. He is using it and inserting it into, like he's saying, well, this is what he could have thought. Like it's a sign from God. Like he didn't know what was happening. And then when he saw the movie, it made him understand what was happening. And so he started calling it Gemini. Wow. Do I stand corrected? Oh my gosh.
You committed in the movie?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of the fact that the killer in that movie he's titled The Gemini Killer, is a very notorious killer?
That I learned last night.
Pardon?
That I learned last night.
That the fear just reigns. It's the Gemini Killer, and people, and of course it's a horror movie, so you know, all the faces of all the people in the movie are shocked because the Gemini Killer is notoriety. Are you aware of the fact that Daniel Harold Rowling himself has said he was going to become the best rapist? He wanted to be a superstar.
I'm not aware of that specifically, but I am aware that it would be consistent with the borderline personality disorder, with the void and the emptiness we talked about, that in order to overcome that, he'd have to do the best job he can at whatever he did, whether it's positive or negative.
I will become the world's greatest rapist or something, you know, and vent my frustrations on the world.
What are you reading from?
I'm reading from his statement to Betty McMahon.
Oh, I've never seen his statements to Betty McMahon.
I wanted my revenge for all of the misjustice that had been dumped on me all my life. And that somebody was going to have to pay for all that misery. I told Betty McMahon, too. Are you familiar with that statement?
Was that given to Dr. McMahon?
This was a statement given to Dr. McMahon.
She didn't tell me those, and I've not had access to her notes at all.
Are you aware of the fact that he told Betty McMahon that the crimes themselves, we're talking about the killings of these 5 people down, we're not talking about any of the other crimes that he was convicted of. But the crimes here in Gainesville reminded him of a horror movie. It was sort of like a movie. And then he goes back and again it says, very specifically, and I want to read the quote to you. Have you ever seen a really good horror movie? You know, that's about it, how it was. It was a horror movie in reality.
I haven't seen that, and the only thing I can say about it is, you could argue, I suppose, that it fits with The Exorcist 3, and I could argue that if I wanted to say that it's consistent with borderline personality disorder, that there's some dissociation, that he wasn't totally there, but it's like a movie unfolding in front of him, and he's watching it while he is participating. And that's what people sometimes do.
So basically what you're saying is we all can disagree, experts can disagree on this.
Well, I think experts disagree all the time.
And disagree on diagnosis. That's experts agree on diagnosis all the time.
We disagree on diagnosis, sure.
And experts, I'm not one, but experts can also disagree on what impact a certain activity or action can have on a person's personality.
Yes, I think experts could disagree on that, disagree on that.
discussion of Parchment Prison, that discussion, those facts, that description that he gave you, that information came to you solely from Danny Harris.
That's correct.
You have not done any independent investigation. You haven't gone out to Mississippi to take a look at that prison.
I was in Mississippi last week, and the closest I came to Parchment was about 2 miles away. They don't let you get any closer. I've never been to Parchment. I've never examined the prison, no.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Let me just talk with my colleague here, because I want to remember if I heard this correctly. Doctor, just so that I can clarify this in my mind, you testified on the record that it's your opinion that Danny Harrell lacks substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law.
Yes.
He told you he knew right from wrong. And he also told you that he tried to do right.
Yes.
At home from prison, he tried to abide by the law.
Yes.
Didn't you also tell me in the deposition that while you might think he lacked substantial capacity in your mind, he had some capacity
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
to perform his conduct? And there were times, and we talked about it, when he didn't have to perform his conduct to the requirements of law, even in these cases.
Yes.
I have one more next minute. We talked about a lot of other character disorders that you see signs of: histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, obsessive compulsive. None of those personality disorders necessarily leads to rape, murder, burglary, do it?
Not necessarily, no.
And the borderline personality that you described, there is no magic medicine that you can take to make it go away.
No.
You don't have a pill.
Well, object to that point,
Well, a couple last questions. From the last time we met, I asked you whether you knew Daniel Sprague, who's a forensic psychiatrist here in Florida, in the state of Florida.
Yes.
And when we discussed Dr. Sprague, you told me that you did respect his opinions, although you don't always agree with him. Is that right?
That's the best way to put it, yes.
And in fact, you two had been on
I'll
option.
object to that whole last line of question. That first eventually,
No, we don't have to, that's sustained. Issue credibility is left to the jury, not to witnesses.
yeah, and I was just getting ready to ask for true instruction. I apologize, I was confirming the department.
And earlier, ladies and gentlemen, one witness's opinion of other witnesses is not applicable, you may not consider. You decide what the credibility is, not what the opinion.
No further questions.
You have a
No further questions.
One second. Like I said, let me go over a couple of things that the singer talked about on cross-examination. I believe that you stated that for the last 10 years, you have devoted your practice exclusively to diagnostics.
Forensic cases, yes, diagnostic.
And prior to that, you spent how many years in active practice?
About 20 or more.
Would that be in treating individuals for psychiatric, psychological, personality disorders?
Yes, it would.
Would that experience of actual 20 years of treatment assist you in your diagnostics?
Oh, sure, yes.
Would you consider that to be an essential requirement for someone to be a diagnostician, that type of experience?
I think you have to do treatment in order to do good diagnosis, yes.
Dr. Sedoff, you stated that you had received a lot of materials. Ms. Singer characterized it as knee-high
More like waist high.
and more like waistline. There was an extensive amount of materials forwarded to you, sir.
Yes, there was.
In trying to do a adequate diagnosis on someone, is the more history of materials you receive something that you feel assists you in giving an accurate diagnosis?
I always think the more you have, the better off you are, yes.
Would you say that this was one of the cases in which you had one of the largest amount of background materials in preparation for diagnosis?
Ranks in the top 5, yes.
And having that quantity of historical data and background makes it less likely that someone could fool you in your diagnosis?
Less likely, but not guaranteed.
Nothing is guaranteed.
Right.
It acts as an insurance policy. Would that be fair statement?
I would say it helps us to have more confidence in our diagnosis, yes.
Ms. Singer talked about voyeurism. Voyeurism, I believe, is a mental illness.
Yes,
Recognized in the DSM-3 as a mental illness.
yes it is.
Ms. Singer talked about control. Okay. I see control, and I see two types of control. I see external control. I see internal control. Is there a distinction with the person who is suffering from voyeurism as to his ability to deal with external control versus internal control?
Well, you've hit the issue as I tried to explain it. The control of going out to look in windows is what is impaired. When out there, if confronted, as I say, he's no fool, doesn't want to get arrested, so that would abort the mission, so to speak. But the control issue is one of going out in the first place, knowing that he could get in trouble.
We'll have a hypothetical. I do not suffer from voyeurism. Hypothetical. Mr. Rowley, you've already diagnosed him, and I believe other mental health experts have. We are standing in the same position together, okay? And there is an opportunity for us to engage in voyeuristic activities. What would be the difference in the internal controls that I would have under that situation and he has under that situation?
You would have control because you don't need to do it, because presumably you have a satisfactory ego strength and a satisfactory sex life. For Mr. Rowling, has neither. He needs the voyeuristic activities to satisfy his void inside, but it also satisfies sexual needs as well. So he has that need that has to be satisfied.
With a person who has voyeuristic characteristics, would the compulsion be so strong as to take risks?
Ooh, they always do, yes. Risks that sometimes get them in trouble.
Sometimes get them injured,
Injured, yes.
even killed?
Even killed.
The singer talked about a letter, forwarded to Bryce Mental Hospital in Alabama, written by Mr. Rowland Sr.
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review that letter, correct?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Rowling talked more about Omega than probably any other person in the letter. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, my recollection is it's true.
At one point, there is a phrase in the letter where the father makes a statement. He says, "I said, son, we all love you." He said, meaning Danny Rowling, "Dad, do you really?" That type of statement, is that the type of statement that you would expect to see coming from someone with a borderline personality disorder?
Yes, because he would not have believed it because he hasn't felt it. And to hear it could be empty words, or it could be a revelation that he has never heard before.
Ms. Singer said that a lot of people have familial problems, but I assume hereditary type of problems, and don't develop borderline personality disorders.
That's correct.
Do not develop borderline personality disorders. However, people who have this familial problem, is it not true that literature and studies to this day indicate that they may tend to be more susceptible to mental illness in general?
I think there is a definite correlation in literature and my experience. People who have been abused as children or come from dysfunctional families will have a higher incidence of mental illness or emotional disturbance.
Ms. Singer gave an example of talking to her child, how he would respond if he was borderline to certain directives from her. And I believe you've already stated, sir, did you not, that the borderline personality disorder has a certain link to abuse as a child?
In my experience, and as we pointed out in the DSM-3R, it's not present there, but my experience is that there is often either abuse or abandonment.
So that if the parent who is, hypothetically, the parent who is the source of the abuse then goes into making certain statements to the child, could that affect the child's later perception of statements or conduct by that abusive parent towards them?
Depends on when those statements were made. Are you talking about when the person was a child or when they got older?
Both.
It depends on what was said, how it was said, in what context, but it certainly could have an effect on the individual.
Ms. Singer talked to you about control and planning in various crime scenes, and you at least are familiar with certain facts about this case.
Yes.
Mr. Rowling did leave his semen behind in paper towels. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Ms. Singer also talked about an incident dealing with Omega Holto, his wife of the past, and talked about a shotgun incident.
Yes.
I believe during that same incident, was there not a suicide gesture on his part?
Yes, there was.
Suicide gesture being that he also threatened himself with the gun.
What he told me was he threatened himself with the same gun after Kylie had said, "Daddy, don't shoot mommy." And then he put the gun to himself and says, "Is this what you want me to do?" A typical borderline statement. And he said, his daughter said, "No, Daddy, don't kill yourself either."
Does it make any difference whether that last part is true or not as far as his perception as a borderline individual would go?
When you say true, for him it's true. Is it factual? If it's not factual, it doesn't matter because he believes it and he has such a perception of his history that he either believes it to be true or he wants to try to convince me that it's true.
Do borderlines operate on reality or perception?
They do both. I mean, nothing is all the time, so that there are times when they're realistically based or grounded, as you asked earlier, but mostly they deal with feelings and perception and their own view of the world as it has been distorted through the lenses of their borderline condition.
In reviewing the history and the wealth of materials you have received in this case, did Mr. Rowling have a history of beliefs and demons?
My experience, my review is that he did, yes.
Did this seem to start at a rather young age?
I believe when his religion was being taught, and it was fundamentalist, and yes, that's part of it.
Ms. Singer also asked you about your review of a statement given by Mrs. Claudia Rowling, Danny Hare Rowling's mother. You reviewed that document, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And I believe contained in that document is a conversation between Mrs. Rowling and Mr. Nylon during some questioning. And Mr. Nylon asked her about an incident dealing with her observation of a change in her son. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that this looked like, or that Mr. Rowling told her this was another person? Recall that?
Mrs. Rowling?
Yes.
Yes.
That Danny gave a name for it,
It was a name, but she didn't remember the name, as I recall.
but there was a name.
Yes.
I don't think
This
it was
conversation
Jimmy.
would obviously had to take place prior to Mr. Rowling coming to Gainesville.
Yes.
Gemini is Danny Rowling's astrological sign, is it not?
As far as I know, it is, yes.
With the fact that if he went to a movie, saw a situation dealing with a Gemini, and he is a Gemini, how would that be viewed by him as a borderline with his belief in mysticism?
As a borderline personality disorder with a belief in mysticism, as I indicated earlier, it's my opinion that he would see that as a kind of a sign that was magical, mystical. That must be me. This is somebody communicating directly to me through the movie.
Now, although Ms. Singer established the fact that he never talked to you about this movie, it became quite obvious that he had talked to Dr. McMahon about the movie.
Yes.
I believe you would agree that you did not spend as many hours with Mr. Rowling as Dr. McMahon.
Not nearly as many. I think about a fourth of the number of hours she spent.
And because he did not, or he had an omission of not telling you that, and I don't believe you would have ever directly asked that anyway, according to your interview structure.
I would never have thought to ask the question, no.
But simply because he omitted it from you but told Dr. McMahon, that's not an indication he was trying to deceive you, was he?
There'd be no reason for him to omit it with the intention to deceive if he's already revealed it to somebody else.
The Singer asked you an awful lot of questions about his ability to know, understand what was happening. At no time, doctor, did you ever say Danny Rowling was insane, correct?
You mean legally insane under the Florida statutes? I have never said that, no.
Ms. Singer also brought up the fact that you had reviewed some materials where people had indicated that Mr. Rowling may try to fake insanity.
Yes.
Did he ever try an attempt to make himself insane in front of you?
No, he hasn't tried.
Is Gemini an invention of Mr. Rowling's borderline personality disorder and dissociativeness?
In my opinion, Gemini is a part of Mr. Rowling's persona, not a separate personality, and that as part of his borderline personality disorder, which can include dissociative phenomena, it's part of that, yes.
as a result of review of all the facts, all the statements, all the information you have received, is it your opinion that Mr. Rowling suffers from borderline personality disorder to an severe extent?
In my opinion, his borderline personality disorder, if not severe, is very severe, extremely severe. Yes.
Okay, in fact, Mr. Singer asked you that there are a lot of borderline people in the world. Is everybody borderline?
Everybody's not borderline. It's perhaps a little more common now that we've seen more of them than we used to think in the past. But again, you have to look at how severe the borderline is. A number of mild borderline people function in the community. The severe ones get into difficulty and have very serious problems.
Dr. Said, you've obviously had experience with borderline personality individuals.
Yes, I do.
Where would you rank Mr. Rowling in the severity category of the borderline personality people you have treated or diagnosed?
If you rank people on 1 to 10, with 10 being the most severe, he'd be at least a 10.
At least a 10.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Yes,
Very.
Sure. What you're saying, Dr. Ben, is that on your redirect, that a physician or psychiatrist diagnosis is only as good as the information that's provided from the person who's being examined, from the information that's given to you from outside sources such as your medical, psychiatric records, depositions, and other materials that you might review, correct?
All of that plus the frame of reference of the examiner as well.
His own experience in education and knowledge.
Yes.
And in all that stack of records, there was not one single deposition from James Harold Rowling's side of the family.
That's correct.
Your Honor, we object to the question beyond the scope of redirect examination has already been asked.
However, we object to that. I believe it is repetitive.
We talked about external control and internal control with Mr. Kearns on redirect, aborting the mission. Were you aware of the fact that when Danny Harold Rowling was interviewed by Dr. McMahon, he stated that there had been several doors and windows that he stood outside of in Gainesville, and he would look, and they could have been victims, but they didn't turn out that way. Dr. McMahon asked why, how come? His answer is, I don't know. He didn't talk about external controls there.
That's not inconsistent with my opinion, and I agree with that. I had not heard that before, but I'm not surprised by it.
And he had internal control when he was in the residence of Sonia Larson and Christina Powell, and he had already killed Sonia Larson. He went downstairs and raped Christina Powell, kept her alive, and went and ate an apple and banana, and then went back.
Your Honor, we're going to object once again beyond the scope of redirect examination. That's overruled.
I correct?
He had some control, yes.
And he had some control when he peeped on Krista one night, decided not to go in that night, and went back a second night.
That's correct.
You said that people take risks. The word risk is a really interesting word because you know what risk says? Risk says people weigh the action with the consequence, does it not?
Not always.
When we take a risk, we weigh our action by what the consequences might be.
Well, you and I do, Ms. Singer, because we're logical, rational people, but there are people who take risks without thinking about consequences because they're impulsive and they don't consider what you and I normally would do.
But Danny here rolling, he told you, he knew right from wrong when he was doing these things. So he wasn't being impulsive.
Just a moment. Knowing right from wrong is different from taking risks and being impulsive. They're separate issues. He can be both.
You mentioned discussion of Claudia Rowland's deposition and the description of her talking with Danny about the spirit, and she couldn't remember the spirit's name. You've read her deposition, you haven't interviewed her, you don't know what conversations she may have had with other persons involved in this case, whether it be law enforcement, whether it be defense counsel, whether it be her son herself, where a question was posed about a Gemini. You don't know that.
I do.
And you mentioned mysticism, that there's a certain mystical nature to all this. Couldn't Danny Rowland's images that he draws for you and for Dr. McMahon and for Dr. Crock, couldn't that be based upon his fundamentalist religious background rather than some fancy?
Why do they have to be mutually exclusive? Why can't you incorporate the religious background that he has and add it to this borderline syndrome that he has? Because we don't bring out our fantasies de novo out of thin air. They've got to come from some source. And I'm not surprised that he drew on his religious background, but that's not inconsistent with having a borderline personality disorder and using the fantasy of his previous religious experience.
Doctor, one last question. It is indeed possible that Gemini, this whole image of Gemini could be merely an excuse made by Danny Rowland now after the fact for all of the crimes that he committed knowingly, within his control, without being impulsive. Is that right?
Is it possible?
Yes.
As many things are possible, that is a possibility that has to be considered, and yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Sato, did Mr. Rowling ever actually offer it as an excuse?
It's never offered as an excuse, no.
No questions.
All right, this time we pass the rest of the case. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state had arrested its case in chief. The defense has now arrested its case in chief. The state has represented in a conference with counsel this morning that they're going to proceed with some rebuttal testimony tomorrow. I'm going to excuse you for the day today. I would ask again that you follow all the rules that I've given you about reading, seeing, or hearing accounts in the media, not discussing the case amongst yourselves, and not letting anyone interfere with your service as a juror. Hear or listen to accounts in the media. Anybody interfere with your service as a juror? All right, two other matters I do wish to settle with you before we begin testimony this morning. One is that I did receive a communication from the jury. I have reviewed it and I have shared it with counsel. It is our request that no action be taken, that you just simply to continue to follow your oath as jurors, continue to pay attention and do what you have been doing previously. The other matter is that there is a stipulation between the parties concerning some of the testimony that was offered yesterday, and it concerns the military record of Mr. James Rowling. And that stipulation is that Mr. Rowling did not in fact receive a Bronze Star or a Purple Heart, but in fact he did receive awards for the length of service. He was recommended for commendation, and he was honorably discharged from the United States Navy. Mr. Smith, you may proceed.
Please support Your Honor. State the call as its first rebuttal witness, Omather Loomis.
swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Mrs. Lewis, would you state your full name, Mrs. Lewis?
Samantha Loomis.
I know that from our conversations earlier, you are very soft-spoken. Everyone back here needs to hear you, so I'm going to start off and ask you again to repeat your name a little louder so that everyone knows it.
Samantha Loomis.
Mrs. Loomis, where do you live?
Alexandria, Louisiana.
How long have you lived in Alexandria, Louisiana?
2 years.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who's your husband?
John Loomis.
And how long have you been married to Mr. Loomis?
12 years. A little over 12 years.
Mrs. Loomis, was there a time in your life when you were married to someone else?
Yes, sir, there was.
And who were you married to prior to Mr. Loomis?
Danny Rowland.
And when were you married to? And do you, as you look around this courtroom, do you see anyone who appears to be Mr. Rowland to whom you were married?
Yes, I do.
And if you would you describe what he's wearing?
A dark suit, and I don't know if his shirt's blue or green, light green.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification, Mr. Rowland. When were you married to Danny Harold Rowland?
September 6, 1974.
And how long did you remain married to him?
Till 1977.
I want to go back in time. Where were you married?
In Shreveport, Louisiana.
And did you grow up in Shreveport, Louisiana?
No, I didn't grow up there.
How did you come to Shreveport, Louisiana?
I started going to nursing school, and I began to go to a church there, United Pentecostal Church, Brother Mike Hutchford.
And when did you know Danny Harold Rowland when you started attending the United Pentecostal Church there?
Not at first.
When did you meet Mr. Rowland?
You want me to elaborate on that, or just sometime during church,
Okay.
at the youth services we had?
Did you begin dating with him?
I dated him some, yes, after we met.
And did your relationship become such that you planned to get married?
Yes, sir.
During the time that you were planning to get married, from the time you met him until you got married, approximately how long would you say you knew him and you were dating him?
About 6 months.
And you were in school at that time?
I wasn't at school. At that time, I was working.
You had been in school?
Right.
Where were you? Were you living on campus at the time?
No, sir.
You had moved off.
Right. I was living with a girlfriend in her home.
During the time period that you were dating Mr. Rowland, did you have an opportunity to meet his family?
I did.
Tell me his father's name.
His father's?
Yes.
Okay. James Harold Rowland.
And his mother.
Claudia Rowland.
He had a brother. Did you know Kevin at the time?
No, I didn't.
Why was that?
He was in the Navy.
Did you meet James Harold Rowland and Claudia Rowland? Did you ever go to their home while you all were dating, while you and Danny were dating?
Yes, I did.
Did you do anything else? I mean, did you see them any other places? Or was it mostly just at their house?
There were a few times his mother and I went shopping, made preparations for the wedding and that sort of thing.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Danny Harold Rowland with James Harold Rowland?
Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
How would you describe how they appeared to get along to you?
They acted normal.
Did you ever observe them in and I'm not talking about a fist fight, I'll just talk about, did you ever observe them having any kind of strong disagreements or arguments?
I never did.
During this time, did Danny ever tell you any concerns over his father?
He never discussed that with me.
Before you got married, and now we're talking about just before you got married, did you ever spend any time with James Harold alone? By that, I mean, without Danny being with you?
Yes, sir, I did. The day that we were supposed to get married, Mr. Rowland and my dad and myself, we spent most of the day together.
When you say Mr. Rowland, you mean James Harold?
Right,
James Harold and your father and you spent the day together.
right.
How did Mr. Rowling, James Harold Rowling, act towards you?
He all very well.
Anything you remember about that day? Anything he said to you or that stands out in your mind?
Yes, sir, one thing, he just wanted to, he asked me, was this sure, was I sure that this was what I wanted to do, and I assured him that it was.
Did you think there was anything unusual about being asked that right before you got married?
Not at that time.
Just to put this into perspective, how old were you on the day that you got married?
You don't remember how old you were when you got married?
Trying to think. 18,
You guys don't remember how old they were when you got married?
And if you know, how old was Danny Rowland?
let's see. I believe he was 19. I think he was 19 at that time.
Did you have a wedding in Shreveport?
Yes, sir, we did.
Where was it?
UPC church in Shreveport. Brother Mike Husbands married us.
When you say UPC, from now on, we'll all know that's United
Okay,
Pentecostal Church.
right.
Okay. Did the Rowling family attend your wedding?
Yes, sir.
Both parents?
As far as I can remember, they were both there.
After you got married, did James Harold Rowling show support for your marriage?
Yes, sir, he did.
Would you tell this jury how he acted towards you and Danny and, as newlyweds? In what ways did he help the marriage?
James Harold and his Miss Claudia, they bought a bedroom suite, our dining room table. One of her friends gave us a shower, that sort of thing.
After that, did James Harold continue to assist you in any way?
There were several times that he brought groceries to help us out.
Did he ever buy, to your knowledge, did he ever buy things for Danny?
I know that there were several times that he bought Danny some clothes, and he also helped him in, getting a vehicle.
How about jobs? Did Danny ever have times when he needed to get jobs?
Yes, sir, it was.
What role did James Harold play in that situation?
There were several times that Mr. Rowland would tell Danny of several opportunities that were available, and he would tell him that he needed to go and talk to this person, or either he would get him an application, that sort of thing, put in a good word for him.
Mrs. Loomis, did James Harold ever use his personal references or his position with the city to try to help Danny get a job?
Sure he did.
Do you know of one particular job that James Harold put Danny onto and tried to help him get?
On the fire department.
Did Danny get that job?
No, sir.
Was there any kind of regular schedule times which you would be in the Rowling home meaning James Harrell and Claudia's home with Danny?
There were lots of times, after church, that we attended church, that we would go over there for Sunday dinner.
Was that something you usually did?
Lots of times we did that.
Were there other times that you were in the home besides just Sunday?
Sometimes in the evening time,
Did you observe James Harrell and Danny, when I say interact, I'm talking about talking to one another and how they act towards one another?
Yes, I did.
And how was that?
Normal.
Did you ever see them, first of all, let's start on this scale. Did you ever see them have a fight?
I never did.
Did you ever see them have what you would call an argument?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you ever see James Harrell berate or degrade or talk badly about Danny in your presence?
Not in my presence.
Now, during these Sunday dinners that you would have at the house, how did Claudia and James Harrell and Danny and you, how did everybody get along? Or did they all eat together? What?
We got along just fine. Yes, sir, we did eat together.
At any time during your marriage, after you had talked with, been over at the house, or any other time during the marriage, did Rowling ever complain to you about how his father had treated him growing up?
No, sir, he never did.
Did he ever tell you that he had been mistreated by his father in any way?
He never mentioned that to me.
Did you ever see anything to indicate that they had had a strained relationship?
No, I didn't.
Now, was there anything about, did Danny's father, you said he tried to assist him finding jobs. Did he try to assist him in terms of keeping jobs?
Yes, he did.
Tell the jury what he would do to try to keep Danny to keep a job.
Well, I know several times he tried to talk to him, about being consistent. There were several times he was sick, and he did check on him. He'd call.
Did you see, even when these times when he was concerned about him, or he was checking on him, or talking to him about getting a job, or keeping a job, did he ever cuss at him, or scream at him, or anything like that?
Not in my presence.
Now, did you ever know of an incident, witness an incident, or hear of an incident, any of those things, in which James Harrell Rowling supposedly came over to the house and yanked the covers off of Danny and put a knife at him?
I did not ever see anything like that. I'm sure I would remember if I had.
Did Danny ever tell you that something like that had ever happened?
Never.
Before I leave that, before I leave that area of inquiry, I've asked you about Danny. Did you ever have James Harrell raise his voice to you?
Oh, he never raised his voice to me.
Did you ever see him raise his voice to his wife in your presence?
No, I didn't.
Did she ever complain to you about the way he treated her?
No. She did not.
Now, you became pregnant, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when now are we talking about? You got married in 74. When did you get pregnant?
The summer of 1975.
During your pregnancy, was there an incident which you look back on as something that changed how you felt about the marriage, or gave you concern about how you felt about the marriage?
Yes, sir, there was.
And what was that?
I remember Danny coming back to the apartment. It was late in the evening, and he mentioned something about that he went to not a neighbor's house, but someone that worked with him to his apartment and knocked on the door, and he claimed that his wife came to the door with just a shirt on. That was, something he had mentioned. And then later on that evening, there was a knock on the door, and Danny was not there at the time, and there were 2 police officers at the door looking for him.
And did they tell you why they were looking for him, Mrs. Lewis?
Yes, they did.
And what did they tell you they were looking for him because of?
They said that Danny had been seen peeping in windows.
How did that affect you?
Naturally, it upset me very much. It was embarrassing and humiliating, and it didn't sit very well with me, I admit it.
Did you ever confront Danny about this?
I remember talking to him about it, but to elaborate on what his response is, I could vaguely remember, but I felt, that I had to try to understand and, work it out. I don't really remember anything else too much about it.
Speaking of understanding, was there ever any discussion of counseling in your household?
Yes, sir, there was.
And would you tell this jury how that came about, if you recall?
Basically, Mr. Rowland, Danny's father, suggested it, and he suggested that, it might be a good thing that we would do that, all 4 of us.
All 4 of you, meaning who?
Meaning his mother, his dad, and Danny, and myself, and that he would offer to pay for the services.
Who would pay for the services?
James Harold.
Did that ever happen?
No, I think we went to wherever it was going to be once, and we discussed it, and then there was never a follow-up on it.
Was it your impression, at least, that James Harold was encouraging it?
Yes, sir.
You talked about the incident while you were pregnant on the peeping. Did Danny Rowling begin to become more absent from the marriage at night?
Yeah, there were times late in the evening, like after supper and at night.
Did you know what he was doing, or did you know what he was?
I really didn't. I never questioned him about, that sort of thing.
Did you have occasion to have some disagreement with your husband that resulted in, with your then husband, excuse me, that resulted in a fight between you and him?
There was one incident, yes, sir, that I can remember. He hit me, and I ended up with a black eye.
Can you tell this jury what caused that incident?
I had confronted him about his behavior, about his inconsistency of work, just how, disappointed I was, and, the way things were, they shouldn't be that way. I just told him everything,
Did you also find out that he was abusing anything at the time?
Yes, sir. He was using marijuana.
Now, did you oppose the use of marijuana?
Did I?
Did you oppose it? I mean, was that something that you thought was intolerable?
I couldn't accept it.
How was your financial situation at the time when he was doing this?
A lot of times, we didn't have the groceries that we needed.
And when that would happen, who was the person who'd help you?
James Harold.
I want to digress just a moment and talk about your baby. How did James Harold react to having a grandchild?
I never, he acted normal to me. He always treated me good. I mean,
How about when you were at the hospital? Did he come to the hospital?
I don't recall him coming.
Did he do anything about the fact that you were in the hospital?
After I'd had our daughter, his wife Claudia came to visit, and she handed me some money in my hand and told me that it was from James Harold, and she stated that he didn't send flowers. He didn't do that type of thing.
He didn't or did?
Pardon?
He didn't or did some flowers?
He didn't send flowers, and she handed me the money and put it in my hand from him.
When I ask you about counseling, when you go, I want to make sure I made something clear. Was this marriage counseling or job counseling? That we were talking about going to counseling, and he wanted to go to counseling, James Harold. Was that marriage counseling for you all?
No, sir, not really. I really am not sure about that. I'm really not. I'm not sure about that.
Now, during the first course of your marriage, did you ever hear Danny or anybody in his family talk about demons or being visited by demons or anything like that?
I never did.
Did you ever hear anything about anybody in Gemini or Enad or any other name given to a spirit?
No, I didn't.
Did his mother ever tell you anything about Danny's problems as a child?
No, sir, she never did.
Probably didn't want to scare her off.
Did Danny ever have a problem with nightmares or anything like that?
None that I was aware of.
You remain, well, let me get this straight. You remain living with Danny Rowland until when?
You want a specific date or time or incident?
As close as you can.
Okay. The reason I left or decided to leave was that he threatened my life with a shotgun.
Now, when he threatened your life with a shotgun, did he point it at you?
Yes, he did.
Did he threaten to kill himself by pointing the gun at himself if you left?
Your Honor, we're going to object on the grounds of relevance in this not being area free flow.
Overruled. Did he do anything like that, threaten to kill himself?
Not in my presence.
The incident with the weapon, the shotgun, was that the last time you lived with Danny Rowland?
There was I'm trying to remember. I left after that, and there was one other time that I did go back to him for the sake, for a child's sake. And he encouraged me that he was going to change, things were better. He said he had money saved up, and I did go back, but all of that was a lie.
And did he in fact ever abandon you?
Yes, there was a time that he left, and he stayed gone for approximately 7 to 10 days, and I had no idea where he was.
Did you have any job at the time?
No,
Did you have any transportation?
no.
Now, did you file formal separation papers against Danny Rowland in the state of Louisiana?
Yes, I did.
At the time you had done that, where were you living?
I lived in Natchitoches, Louisiana.
You had left Shreveport?
I had a place of my own, and I was living in Natchitoches.
Now, as I understand it, in Louisiana, and I'm not asking you to give me legal, but you actually filed separation papers and then the divorce comes sometime later?
Right.
At any time before you filed separation papers and had moved out on your own, did you ever see another man during the course of your marriage?
I saw my present husband.
All right. And tell us about what you say you saw him. Did you date him?
Well, not at first. You know, we had been friends for years.
Now I'm asking you about before you left Danny.
But no.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, after you separated and had moved away, but you were not yet divorced, you did begin to see your present husband.
Right. That's correct.
You had known him before?
Yes, sir.
During the time that from the time you were married until you were separated, did you have any kind of affair with Mr. Loomis?
No, sir, I did not.
Did Danny Rowling ever come in and find you with Mr. Loomis or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever observe Mr. Loomis and Mr. Rowling ever, in fact, have any incident at all?
One time.
And when was that? I don't care if you know the exact date. Was it after you had been separated from Danny?
That's right, we were separated.
And was it in your house at all? The incident you saw?
No, it was outside.
What happened?
Before my husband that I have now got out of this vehicle, Danny attacked him.
And did Danny administer some sort of whipping or anything like that?
He hit him, and of course, that was about the extent of it. And afterwards, he left.
And this was after you had been away from Danny Rowling for how long?
Maybe 3 months, more. I'm not certain.
Now, even after you left, did you ever receive any help from anybody in the family, money to help you with your child?
One time,
And who was the person who gave you money?
I'm going to say it was James Harold that gave the money.
Did you continue to have a relationship with Claudia and James Harold Rowling even after you and Danny broke up, or did that become a problem?
There were several times that, they came to visit. And then one time they came to get my daughter. And but after that, that's about the extent of it.
James Harold Rowling, even after you and his son had broken up, did he treat you badly?
Never.
Just one second. Ms. Loomis, you've come down here to testify at the state's request. Have you any bitterness towards Danny Rowland?
No, sir, I do not. None whatsoever.
In the last, at the time that you and Danny Rowland broke up, to your knowledge, Danny has not had any criminal problems in terms of going to jail
No, sir.
or being in prison, anything like that. You didn't know about that when you two broke up.
No, sir.
At that point in time, before Danny was in any trouble, if I ask you to characterize the relationship between Danny and his father from your observation over those years of your marriage, how would you characterize that relationship?
Normal.
Nothing further, Your Honor. You may cross.
On behalf of the approach the state on one matter.
After what?
Approach the state on one matter. When is it? Mrs. Loomis, I understand that it is a very difficult time for you to come here. I know it's very disconcerting to you. I would imagine that incidents that happened 14 years ago are something you tried to put aside. Would that be correct?
I never dwelled on it every day.
You would try to put those things in your background, try to forget about those and start something new. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. That's normal.
You stated that you did not grow up in Shreveport, correct?
No, I didn't.
So that you would not have known Danny Harold Rowling when he was in elementary school, would you? You would
Pardon?
not have known Danny when he was in elementary school?
Oh, no.
You would not have known him when he was in junior high school?
No.
You would not have known him when he was in high school?
No.
So during these times of the years, you would never have been in the Rowling home at all?
Before we were married or dating? No.
Have you ever met him? Now, when you were dating Danny, and when you were married, were you aware of the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Rowling had been separated 15 to 20 times?
No, I was not aware of that.
Mr. Rowling, Mrs. Rowling, they never said anything to you about that, did they?
No, sir.
Family never brought that up.
He never discussed that with me.
Were you aware of the fact that Mrs. Rowling had a nervous breakdown some 3 years before you met Danny?
No, sir, I didn't know that either.
Family
That's Krista. That's the one that they said looked the most like his wife. I cannot find my pictures of me. I showed him during the Ashley Benefield trial when they were talking about her modeling pictures, because I have a glamour shot where I look very much like that. And I was going to show you, I was going to put it up next to her picture to show you how much I looked like his victims back then. And I can't find it, but my hair was like that. Same hair, same build, same everything. Okay, so that's Krista.
That's Sonia. That's Christina. So Christina, Sonia, Krista. That's Tracy Paulus. And that's Manny Taboda. So Tracy, I think, probably looks the least like, well, Krista probably looks the most like her. I think Krista's probably the only one that looks like her. That's the guy that they thought did it at first. That's Humphrey. Yeah, so that's Christina, Sonia, Krista. That's my friend's stepdaughter. And Tracy and Manny. And there's Jackass.
And you never talked about that either.
No,
You were the fact that Miss Rowling, at least on one occasion, tried to commit suicide.
no, I didn't. No,
And you never talked about that either.
no, sir.
You made mention of an incident that you said was quite embarrassing for you when Danny was confronted by the police for peeping. Did any of the family members tell you that before this incident, that Danny had been on at least 3 occasions returned home for the same type of activity?
No, they did not.
So I'm getting the impression that there's not a whole lot of information about the family background that was provided to you during the time.
That's right.
The Rowling family didn't seem to talk much about the problems, did they?
No, they didn't.
When you were dating, you said that you would, on occasion, go over to the Rowling home, correct?
That's correct.
Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks?
When we were dating, we didn't go, a lot. Maybe once.
Once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks?
Yeah,
And I believe most of the time, Mr. Rowling wouldn't be there, would he, be at work?
there were several times he wasn't there. Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I take it that most of the time you'd interact with Mrs. Rowling, Claudia the mother, have girl talk, things of that nature.
Yes.
The eating arrangements at the house, when you would go and visit Mr. and Mrs. Rowling, you said you'd go on Sunday, maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. Sunday after church, I would believe, is probably the time to do that. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mrs. Rowling didn't sit much at the table, did she?
No,
There were only 3 seats at the table.
that's right.
So Mrs. Rowling would be standing and moving.
That's right.
That seemed to be her role, was to try and help out the people at the table,
Correct.
but she never really ever sat at the table, correct?
That's true.
And during the time that Danny was dating with you, he was very kind and considerate.
Yes, he was.
You talked about the fact that you met at the Pentecostal church.
Right.
Danny was very, very active in the Pentecostal church at this time, was he not?
At that time, yes.
And by active, I mean he was very avid and very fervent feelings. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Very, very zealous. And when you would go to church at the Pentecostal church, wasn't he very active in the actual services that were conducted?
He was.
I mean, by active, I mean he was very active. He would demonstrate quite actively in the middle of the services, would he not?
Not every time.
Not every time, but he did on occasions, correct?
On occasion.
Yeah, get very, very active in the services. You stated that when Mr. Smith asked you about nightmares, you said he never said anything to you about nightmares. He didn't really talk to you a whole lot about his problems, did he? That was one of the problems in the marriage. Would that be a true statement?
No, I don't think so.
Did you talk to him about these problems?
Did I talk to him
Yes, ma'am.
about the problems?
Yes.
Yes, I talked to him about the problems.
He never talked to you about his childhood, though, did he?
No,
He never brought that up at all?
no.
If he did have nightmares or he did see spirits or something, he might not tell you about that, though, would he?
Obviously, he didn't.
Okay, I know, but he might not tell you about that. It might not be something he would discuss with you, correct?
He could have discussed it with me if he wanted to.
I'm not saying he couldn't have. He might have had them, but he might not have spoken to you about them. Would that be
That's
correct?
right.
Did you ever hear James Harold ever say he was proud of Danny?
No, I never did hear him say that.
Never heard him ever say, "You're doing a good job"?
No.
Never ever hear him say, "It's good to see you"?
Pardon?
Did you ever hear Mr. Rowling ever say, "It was good to see you" to Danny?
No, I never did hear him say that either.
You never lived in the Rowling home either with Mr. and Mrs. Rowling at any time, of course, of your marriage, did you?
No.
So, what would be happening in Mr. and Mrs. Rowling's home, the parents, you would be unaware of while you and Danny were in your room or your home apartment, correct?
That's right.
When Mr. Smith asked you about the marriage, you said that the parents brought you some furniture things to the house, correct? That would have been both Mr. and Mrs. Rowling, then I take it.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And I believe when Mr. Smith asked you some questions about Kylie being born, Mr. Rowling Sr. didn't come to the hospital, you said.
No, he didn't.
And Mrs. Rowling told you that he didn't send flowers.
That's right.
And she kind of slipped you some money, I think. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and she said it was from him.
From him. That would have been the first grandchild, would it not?
Yes, sir. That's right.
How long were you in the hospital?
From a Wednesday to a Sunday.
From Wednesday to Sunday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh my God, they
Sunday.
don't do that anymore.
Do you recall an incident when your daughter was just recently born and you go over to the Rowling home, to Mr. and Mrs. Rowling's home? And Danny goes into the back room, sits down, and just cries. Just cries, cries, and cries. Remember that?
I seen him crying.
Do you remember that specific incident?
I remember seeing him cry in the back room, yes, I do. But how long or how much, I cannot determine.
He never talked to you or told you why he was doing this, did he?
No, I just assumed that it was just he was emotional about the child, you know.
But he never said what type of emotion, did he?
No, never did.
Ms. Loomis, Mr. Smith asked you on direct examination a question about whether or not you recall an incident where Mr. Rowland came over to the house because Danny wasn't going to work. Remember that?
Because what?
Danny wasn't going to work?
Yes, sir.
And you said you had no memory of that at all.
I remember Mr. Rowland coming over.
You do remember him coming over?
Yeah.
So he did come. You don't remember where you were when that incident occurred or what happened?
I was in the apartment, but what happened between the both of them, I wasn't aware of.
Okay. So you didn't go in the bedroom? And
No, I did not.
You stayed out, he went in. So what happened in the bedroom, you didn't see, you don't know what happened. His mother was there too, was she not?
I don't recall his mother being there.
Could his mother have been there, you simply just don't remember at this time?
I feel like I would remember very well if she was there. There may have been some things that I blocked out about this whole situation, but I'm very aware of the things that happened. There are some things that I do remember very well.
Some things, but some things you don't remember quite so well.
There are some things I don't know.
That's a fair statement. Things that you don't know.
There are some things that I do not know that were going on.
Let me go to the counseling that you talked about. This counseling was something that really wasn't involving your relationship with Danny, was it?
No,
Okay. At that time, your relationship.
I don't think it was.
Okay. At that time, I think your relationship with Danny was pretty good at that time. Correct. And I don't believe you really know whose idea it was for the counseling, do you?
I know that Mr. James Held suggested it. He talked to all of us about it.
Okay. You remember on a deposition on October 16th, 1993, in your hometown in Louisiana, and Mr. Nylon was there, the singer was there, and a woman named Jennifer Zadalis. Do you recall that?
Who?
Jennifer Zadalis, another woman. You don't remember deposition? You don't remember giving a statement?
In 1993, and you said October?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I remember them coming, but as far as the date, no.
How about the people? You do remember giving a statement under oath, do you not?
Yes.
And in the course of that statement under oath, do you remember starting on 53, line 25, going to line 7. And it's an answer that you're giving. Yeah, I was going to mention that to her, but I can't remember what the reason was for. It didn't have anything to do with Danny and my relationship. I think it stemmed from the job situation, and you know Danny's dad. I'm not even sure whose idea it was. Remember making that statement?
Yes, sir, I do.
You said it wasn't mine, it was either Mr. or Mrs. Rollins. We all were going to go as a family group. Remember making that statement? So you weren't certain back then whose idea it was for this counseling.
I just assumed it was James Harold's idea at one point because he offered to pay for the services. What the reasons were must have been discussed before I was even included on it.
So this would be another family matter that you were unaware of that was going on.
That's right.
In fact, I think that you didn't really feel that you should have even been a part of it, correct?
Pardon?
I believe you said that you didn't really feel that you should have been a part of it.
I couldn't understand, what the reason for it was completely. I didn't, the reason I said that was because, it's just, I just didn't understand what the reason for it was.
Apparently there was something concern or some problem, but no one ever told you.
That's right.
Do you remember where you went?
No.
Did you remember who you saw? So if you don't remember what it was for, where you went, or who you saw for this.
Name? No, I don't remember.
No, I'm not, after 14 years,
Right.
during the latter parts of your marriage to Danny Rowland, he became, I think, as you characterized him, a little bit inconsistent. Well, not a little bit, a whole lot inconsistent would probably be the best way of putting it. Would that be correct?
I'm having a problem understanding you for some reason.
Okay.
I mean, can you speak a little closer to the mic or something?
I will do that then, Nancy. I'll back up a couple. During the later parts of your marriage with Danny, isn't it true he became very inconsistent? I believe that was a term.
I did say that. Yes, I did.
His whole way of life was inconsistent.
Right.
And I don't believe that you, when you were having these problems, would go over and talk to Mr. and Mrs. Rowland about them, did you?
No, I didn't.
Mrs. Owens, I'm going to show you a letter. And the letter is a letter from James Harold Rowland to a hospital facility known as Bryce Institute in Alabama. I'm just going to ask you to read it, if you could. Okay? Sorry. You just take your time reading it, and I'm just going to ask you some questions, but very, very short questions.
How is this allowed if she's not a party to the letter? That's weird.
Yay, you're back. Welcome back. Was she on the stand when you left? This is his ex-wife. And she's a rebuttal witness. So she's not testifying for the defense. She's testifying for the prosecution. Because I was like, why in the world is she testifying in his defense? She's not. She's testifying for the prosecution. So far, her testimony has been everything was completely normal. It was a normal marriage, normal family. His parents were normal. They would go over there and have dinner at the house. Everything was normal. There was no fighting. There was no beating. There was just normal family. But their marriage broke up because he would go peeping in windows, and she left him when he threatened her with a shotgun. And now they're asking her to read this letter. I can't remember if it was from her father to a hospital or from the hospital to her or his father, James Harold, to the Bryce Hospital. I can't remember if it was from him to the hospital or the hospital to him. But she's not a party to the letter. So I don't understand why they're asking her to read it. They're going to have her read it and ask her questions, but she's not a party to the letter. So I don't understand what's happening right now. It's not making any sense to me. Maybe it'll make sense when they start asking her questions. What are you yelling at?
Now, Ms. Lewis, I've shown you a letter that was written by James Harold Rowland back in December of '79. So I said Bryce Institute, and you had an opportunity to read the letter, have you not? You had an opportunity to read the letter? Mr. Rowland says some things in there about you. They're not really true, are they?
They're not true, no.
That's my fault. Well, let me go over.
To characterization of what he thought to be relevant to anything in his proceeding. How about?
Well,
Comment.
I didn't hear the comment, whatever it was, unless it's a question. That's improper, so the jurors to disregard the comments. A principle I will apply to both cases. Go ahead.
I'll bite my tongue. In the letter, he says that your sister worked against your marriage. Is that true?
Not that I'm aware of.
He also said that your aunt, Uncle Titus, told him to be alert in the early marriage.
To be a what?
To be alert in the early part of your marriage to Danny. Did she ever say anything like that?
I wasn't aware that was, that she said such a thing.
He says that Ometha Ann Holko left Danny for a man called John. In fact, when she's supposed to visit sister, she goes stay with John. I'm reading the letter exactly as it's stated. In fact, I think she told Danny each time she did it. We never said anything about it until she left Danny the last time. Is that true?
No, that's not true. But is there any way I can make a comment about this?
All I'm asking at this time is saying that whether or not it's true or not true.
Okay, it's not true.
He also talks about a time when Danny injured his hand and received some insurance money. And he writes and says when the insurance paid for his loss of fingers, wasn't long till Wholesome fired him off the job. I had told Danny this might happen if insurance paid off. Don't believe Danny used any of the money. Think Ometha spent it. Is that true?
I did not know anything about any insurance money at all.
So that would something else that was not true that Mr. James Harold Rowling said in a letter to the hospital, correct?
That's not true.
That's what I'm saying. That's not true. He further then says, during his hard times, I would help out in some of his money problems till I got to where I didn't have it, for his wife didn't seem to want to help him. Is that true? Is it the fact you did want to help Danny?
No, I don't think I ever was like that.
Danny Harold Rowland was driving a delivery truck for Louisiana Paper Company when he been with them for a while. While driving or delivering in Texas, the highway was blocked around a curve at Bridge. Freak accident. Truck Danny was driving just did hit, run. Can't read his next word. Hit rear of vehicle. Van, it was knocked over. Female on passenger side died. Even female husband said it was not Danny's fault. No one cautioned traffic. He never got over the incident completely, had dreams of it, worried about it all the time, prayed the lady went to heaven. Wife gave some moral support to Danny, but from what we saw, Ometha did not. Is that true?
Didn't give him any support?
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's not true.
So, Mr. Rowland, who you characterized as a person who was supportive and helpful, said things that weren't true about you, didn't he?
And yes, sir.
Let me ask a little bit about this last thing, about this accident that Danny was involved in. Do you recall that at all?
Yes, I do.
Is that part true, that there was an accident? A woman unfortunately was killed. It was not his fault, the accident? That did bother him, though, greatly, too, didn't it?
Did it bother Danny?
Yes.
Yes,
I believe he did talk about praying for the woman and
yeah.
hoping that her spirit would rest. And he did have problems with that, did he not?
Really, we never talked too much about that after that, after we came back from that.
Okay, so that was something else that wasn't talked about.
Right.
I'll be any more questions, thank you.
Council, have your letter from Ms.
Mrs. Loomis, this letter that was written to Bryce Medical Hospital, you've never seen the letter before,
No.
but the letter appears to be blaming much of the failure of marriage on you.
Yes.
The letter seems very supportive of Danny.
Right.
You've heard some of these sentiments in this letter before, though, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah, that was in conversations that you had with whom?
With Danny?
Yes.
Yes.
So the version of the story that was read to you, these events, that version was a version that you had heard from Danny Harold Rowland.
Right.
So the father is supporting whose story?
Danny's.
So the father is saying things about you which are very unflattering to you.
Yes, that is true.
Did you know that Danny had said things about you that were not true?
No.
Did you know that James Harold would back, now that you read this, does it surprise you that James Harold backed his son?
Tell me,
Does it surprise you that James Harold backed his son's story?
does it surprise me? No, I mean, that's a normal thing to do.
You did try to talk about Danny's, when the marriage was breaking up, you did try to talk to somebody in the family about what you thought were Danny's problems, didn't you?
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor.
Did you have such a conversation?
Did I try to talk to?
To tell somebody in the family?
Oh, yeah.
Who did you try to talk to about that you thought Danny they needed to know what was going on with Danny?
His mother.
Claudia?
Right.
Were you successful in talking to Claudia about the
No, I
problem?
was not.
Tell the jury, why not?
She wouldn't hear anything that I had to say. She didn't believe me.
You were not in the bedroom when Mr. Rowling actually came in the house. You went in the bedroom. You went in the bedroom to get Danny up to go work?
I'm not sure what he went in there for. To talk to him is what I assumed.
All right, now how big an apartment are we talking about here?
It was 2-bedroom. Dining room, well, no, not a dining room, but kitchen, living room, bathroom.
Did you hear anything that sounded like a loud fight?
No.
Did you hear any noises that sounded like anybody was in there in the midst
No,
of
I
the
did
stuff?
not. No, sir.
Did you hear his father leave in any way, like slam the door or screaming at his son in any fashion at all? Anything that indicated to you that there'd been a significant
I
incident?
didn't.
Oh, you were asked about going to the house, and at the house, there were only 3 chairs at the table. How many people actually lived in that house at that time?
His dad and his mother.
Where was the table located?
As you come in the door this way to the left-hand side against the wall.
How far is that from the kitchen?
It's in the kitchen.
So when the mother wasn't sitting, what was she actually doing during the day?
Either washing the dishes or she was at the stove. Or, sometimes the phone may ring, she would answer the phone.
Any sense that she was excluded from dinner?
No.
Did she join in the conversation?
Yes?
After you had your child, you continued to go over to dinner, and you took your child with you, did you not?
Right.
And you were asked about the money back to the hospital by Mr. Kearns, and he said she told you that he didn't send flowers. That's not exactly what happened, is it? Mrs. Rowland gave you a message from Mr. Rowland.
Right.
And that message was?
He sent the money and he asked her to give it to me, and he said he didn't send flowers.
You were married from 1974. Oh, before I leave this, going back to this letter for a minute. In this letter, there is a statement and you read the letter a minute ago, a statement about an incident where Danny asked his father if he loved him, and his father said that they all loved him. Remember that?
I read that, yes.
Does that surprise you that his father would tell him that?
No, it didn't.
Did you ever see his father treat him during the entire time of your marriage as if he didn't love him?
No, I never did.
Even after Danny was trying to convince you to come back and you had problems, was there any time that Danny ever said, well, it's because of what happened in my childhood or anything like that?
No, sir, he never did.
This letter bears date in 1979 and was sent to the Department of Mental, to the State of Alabama Forensic Unit, Department of Mental Health, Price Hospital. You were already divorced by that time.
Yes, sir.
And by this time, by the time this letter was written, you know that Danny had already been in trouble.
Did I know? I know that I knew later on he had been in trouble, but as far as the dates, the times, I'm not clear on that,
So when you left Dan, or when Danny and you were divorced, during that whole time, there was no criminal problem for Danny Rowland as far as you knew.
Well, object again on the grounds that's leading, Your Honor.
Was there any that you knew of?
No.
And at that point in time, back before there were any letters in Danny's support to the prison system, if I ask you again, did you ever see anything from Danny's dad that indicated that he didn't love him?
Did I ever see anything from his dad that?
Indicated that he didn't love Danny?
No, I never did.
He was always supportive?
Right.
Nothing further.
Mr. Carnes?
Danny's father was a police officer with the Shreveport Police Department, was he not? And your husband is also law enforcement, was in law enforcement
Yes,
with the Alexandria Police Department, correct?
right.
When we were asking the questions about what happened in the bedroom, okay, you said you have a vague recollection.
No, I didn't say I had a vague regulation.
Do you have any recall about the incident?
Pardon?
Do you have any recall about the incident?
I remember James coming over and going to the bedroom to talk to Danny. And other than that, I didn't hear or see anything.
Do you recall if you were even in the apartment?
Do I recall him leaving?
Do you recall whether or not you were in the apartment?
I was in the apartment. I had no reason to leave.
Once again, going back to your deposition on October 16, 1993, page 34. And I believe in response to a question from Ms. Sedalis, line 19, but you were not in the bedroom, answer by you, no. But you were in the apartment, answer, I can't remember that either. Recall making that statement?
I may have made it at that time, but since then I've thought over things and you can remember some things better.
After 14 years.
I feel like if anything had happened at that time, I would remember it very well.
I have no further question, thank you.
Nothing further.
Ms. Lewis, you may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would request that she be released then.
Okay. That's it for today. Thank you guys for watching with me again. Like I said, hopefully we'll be done this week. We gotta be done. I mean, it's almost September. And then I gotta rest. My back is killing me. I go to the neurosurgeon September 5th. If I can get my stupid whatchamajigger CD, that's what it's called, of my MRI to take to my neurosurgeon so he can see my MRI, find out what we're going to do with my back, because October 7th, Sarah Boone starts, and I'm doing that one. I was going to do Donald Adelson too, but I kind of feel like I missed the boat on that because I didn't do Charlie Adelson, and I don't know very much about that case other than the superficial, that they killed or had Dan Markel killed. Like, that's all I know. So I'm going to skip that one so I can rest, so I can be able to do Sarah Boone. But I also don't know if I'm going to have injections in my back or have back surgery or what. And if I'm laid up with back surgery in October, I'm just going to cry because I want to stream this trial so bad. But if I'm laid up in bed, at least I'll have something to watch. But I really want to stream it. I really want to go, but I keep saying that I want to go. At first, I wanted to go, be down there for the whole thing. And I was like, well, I can't drive back and forth every day because it's 2 hours. So that'd be 4 hours round trip. And then I thought, well, I could get a hotel room, but I don't feel comfortable staying down there by myself. Plus,
that is a lot of money. So I was like, nope, can't do that either. Then I thought, well, I could go one day. But then I thought, wait a minute, that's a long drive and my back is really screwed up. So I don't think I could, because like I'm exempt from jury duty because of not being able to sit for that long a time. It's like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And that's a long way to drive. You know, like if someone could go with me, I could like recline a seat back and rest and they could drive. That'd be different. But when you're driving in Orlando, people are idiots in Orlando. I don't know if it's because of the tourists or what, but you have to drive aggressively in Orlando. If you don't get anywhere. I scared my dad. My dad was a highway patrolman for 20, 25, I don't even know how long time. And one night we used to, after my mom died, well, we went a lot before my mom died, but after my mom died, we went all the time. Like the first thing we did together, just the two of us, after my mom died, after everybody left after the funeral, we went to Disney. That was just like, we didn't want to be in the quiet house all by ourselves. I would not drive in New York. I would say New York is worse. New York is much worse. But one time we went down to Orlando and Dad was driving. We pulled into a gas station and getting gas. And then we got gas. We were done. We were sitting there and he's waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'm like, Dad, let me drive. And he's like, no, I got it. I'm like, let me drive. We're going to be sitting here till the morning if you don't let me drive. So he let me drive and I pulled out and I scared the crap out of him. I'm like, Dad, you have to. You can't just sit here and wait. You won't get an opening. You've got to drive aggressively. You've got to just pull out. You can't just sit here and wait. People will not let you in. That's not how it works in Orlando. I scared him to death. It's the only way he can drive in Orlando. So, but now that I'm older, oh no, I'm not a road rage person. You can't just sit there and wait. Now where we live, up in northern Florida, because we're more country people up here, it's not like down there. Well, in Orlando, it's tourists. Miami, it's tourists. South Florida, it's like northerners. So, right, it's a totally different culture. Exactly. Up here, we're country. Like, we're 2 hours from the Georgia border. We're like, this is still the South. South Florida is not the South. This is still the South. We will stop and let people in. We'll wave, like we're nice. They don't do that in Orlando. So I don't think, now that I'm older, and I don't like to drive as much as I used to, and it hurts to drive because I have the bad back and all, I don't really want to drive down there. The last time I did, well, it wasn't too bad. Oh, I know you were talking about, yeah, I know you were talking about the traffic. But yeah, that's what I meant about the country, the traffic as well. Like we'll stop and let people pull out. You know, if they're sitting there waiting, like just stop and let them pull out. It's like not a big deal. I mean, how much faster, like not letting somebody pull out in front of you, how much later are you going to get somewhere because you let a car pull out in front of you? You know what I mean? But in Orlando. They don't see it that way, apparently. The last time I drove to Orlando, it wasn't too bad, but I really don't like doing it unless I absolutely have to now. Because I'm old. Is it? I've never driven in New York. I've just ridden with my brother. And it looks crazy. It's also, there's a lot of lanes. There's not that many lanes in Florida traffic. And I've never driven in Miami either. There's probably more lanes down in Miami than there was the last time I was there. I haven't been to Miami in years. Or the Keys. Although the thing with the Keys is there's there's one road in and one road out. That's it. So in the Keys, you have to sit there and wait. Because there's no place to go. There's just one road in and one road out. So that one, you got no choice. You're just... And up here, it's so easy to drive. Well, Ocala pretty much too. We've got Gainesville that way, Ocala that way. They're both about an hour. And both cities, Gainesville especially, they're set up on a grid. Pretty much. So if you miss your exit or miss your road, whatever, you just go down the next one, and it's almost impossible to get lost. Or if traffic is bad, you can turn one road too soon or too late and just circle back around. It's super easy to drive in Gainesville and Ocala, so I guess I'm spoiled because it's easy to drive up here. But yeah, I could... Jacksonville has got a bazillion one-way roads. I don't drive in Jacksonville because of all the one-way roads. Like Mountain Princess, her in-laws. See, okay, let me go back. You guys, I'm getting ahead of myself. Mountain Princess, her in-laws live in Jacksonville. And I'm like, when you come to Jacksonville, call me and I will meet you halfway. I'm not going to Jacksonville unless Travis drives. If Travis drives, I'll go to Jacksonville. I am not driving to Jacksonville by myself. Now they do the nursing boards by computer, and I got to go to a place in Gainesville to do it on computer. But when I did my LPN boards, I had to go to Jacksonville, and I had to go to this hotel where had this big conference room, and I had to have like a passport picture, and I had to sit it on the desk where I was sitting, and I had to ask permission if I had to go to the bathroom. And I guess I never did, because I think someone had to go with you if you had to go to the bathroom, so make sure you weren't cheating. And it was this big thing. And my dad drove me because I was like, I'm not driving to Jacksonville. So he went with me. But God, I don't know why they have so many one-way roads in Jacksonville. It's ridiculous. And talking about the changing lane thing, to this day, I get over way too soon. And like Travis and I'll be driving to Gainesville, and I'll be like, you need to get over. He goes, I know. And I'm like, well, get over. He goes, I don't need to get over yet. No, you got to get over. I know. I'll get over. I don't know. I haven't been to, I don't think I've ever been to South Beach, to be honest. Yeah, see, to me, there's no too soon. And even in Gainesville, where the traffic's not that bad, it's like, no. Well, and two, I drive a stick shift, and I have that habit from when I was learning to drive a stick shift, because Gainesville is hilly. It's not, I mean, it's not mountain, it's Florida, it's flat, but Gainesville's got like hills, not huge hills, but still. And so when I was learning to drive the stick shift, I did everything too soon because I didn't want to like end up rolling back on into cars. So when I was learning to drive, I did everything too soon to make sure I had plenty of time and plenty of room because I didn't want to get in an accident. So that's just a habit for me now. So I'm always like, get over. I don't need to get over yet. All right, dear, whatever. Okay, guys. I'm going to go grab some lunch. Oh, man, it's almost 3 o'clock. I went to California when I was 4, so I don't remember much about it. I did see the Hollywood sign. I have pictures. I don't remember actually seeing it with my own eyes, but I have pictures. We went to all out west. I've been to the Painted Desert, the Redwood Forest, the Hoover Dam, the Grand Canyon. Daddy didn't stop because we were all asleep. Not that I would have realized at 4 years old how amazing the Grand Canyon was, but still, I could have at least said I've been there. Okay, guys, I will see you tomorrow, same time, 10 o'clock. I love y'all. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here with me. I have not. We went to Hollywood. That's the only place we went, LA, because my aunt lived there. We didn't even do any of the sightseeing stuff. So hopefully I'll get to California one day and we'll do all the sightseeing stuff. But we'll have to drive because Travis swears he will never in his life get on an airplane. I like to fly. He's never flown, but he says he never will. So bye, guys. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.